All right, this is session 119. Who would like to give a recap?
We started off in the tomb of Tiam Ra, and we met. There was a raging Kaveh talk outside in the main room, and we were in some of the hallways in the back, and we were approached by a devil, Ashmodai, and he was, I think, the patron of. It was like the patron of like wants and desires, um, or something like that. But he was a tiefling who was offspring of Asmodeus. Oh yeah, he was the Prince of Wants and Desires. I got that right. Um, and he uh he thanked us for giving like releasing the souls of Gurion and Afariel to him, and he owed, that was a great service to him, and so he felt like he owed us something for it. We were trying to like a bargain to see like what could we do to get out of here alive. Could we like stop time? We talked about stopping time. We talked about just like outright killing Kveatak. Um, we ended up making a bargain to stop time, and then he would help stop time, and he would help us tell us how to make the serum, the
Elixir of Sekhmet.
the elixir of Sekhmet. He would tell us how to make the elixir of Sekhmet. In exchange was once again T-Hole, who is the official bank of the party. He put forth all the magic items to pay for this, including the staff striking. But in exchange, he was true to his word, and he was true to his word. Time was stopped for an hour, I believe, while we were there. Uh, Thankfully, Kveatak already placed the Ankhs in place to actually produce the elixir at the probably because he wanted to try to revive his fallen false Sekhmet. So we got some elixir, and T-Hole and Kepri were cured of astral AIDS, which was good. And then
AKA Space AIDS.
space AIDS, and we got out of there. We got out of there. We
He also, just before you go past it, he also let you know that you missed a magical shield, which Clave picked up
That's
along
right.
with the Spear of Sekhmet.
Yeah, it like paired with the spear, right?
The spear gives whoever holds it, whoever is attuned to it, proficiency with armor, shields, and martial weapons. So it gives you shield proficiency, which I don't think Clave had without the spear.
Makes sense. Uh, we learned we learned that there was a plan for the devils to basically flee in the event that Thurisdan was released. We learned or remembered some more about the we learned about their plan a little bit. Um, Effectively, I think they were planning on just like hurling into the void, if and going out into the void, which they seemed like that would be a bad thing, or they didn't seem like that'd be something they were excited to do, and Aurelia very much disagreed. Disagreed.
That's
Uh,
her retirement plan. I think she has like a plot of like land in Malakar's Keep that she's eyeing for her retirement. like a timeshare. She was off with the seer at Malakarski for a while, so maybe that was just the big timeshare sales pitch.
That could have been.
Yep.
They got the PowerPoint presentation and everything.
Mm-hmm. Talk about niche lawyers.
We learned that there was in that when the world was formed, there was an influx of Oberith from across the outer darkness, then that into the world, and and I think that's how the devils came about.
So the Oberith invaded this universe at some point. You'd heard this previously in Malakar's Keep. It was like in his great library, you came across this sort of history. So initially, the universe was evenly balanced between law and chaos, but this influx of so many Oberith tipped the balance towards chaos. And then what happened is the Oberith just wanted to destroy everything. It's what they do. So they tried to create an army by twisting the Celestials into devils, but they were specific about wanting to create an army. So they created this sort of lawful evil cadre of devils who almost immediately realized they wanted power. And so they didn't want to destroy the universe because this is the universe they were trying to get all this power in. So that made them sort of useless for the Oberyst's plans. So the Oberist then went on to create demons. Well, this is actually pretty standard early D&D, AD&D lore as to how the devils and demons came about and why they're constantly fighting.
Yeah, makes sense. And we wind walked out of there. We wind walked out of there, and we were going to. I think we learned that. Well, we also learned that the Pasha of Ifrit, the Pasha has the wand, so we were going to go to try to and they captured Mordenkainen, and we were going to go find them. So I think we're going to go to where we knew Mordenkainen to be.
Right. Partly you were headed there because Mordenkainen had a bunch of magic items that grant fire resistance and maybe fire immunity because he collected a lot of these magic items at the end of the last war with Imix.
That's right. And yeah, we do not have fire resistance or immunity.
I do.
Except Clave. While we're all burning alive, Clave can just sit back and laugh, which feels appropriate.
You mostly do, but I have a channel divinity that can say otherwise, so just be careful.
Right before Zarius dies, he will ask his gods to strip Clave of his fire resistance.
All those who have annoyed me, smite them.
Darius's version of death curse.
Yeah.
So we were trying to go to the city of Tarsus, and there was some shenanigans. Well, we did get back to our plane, thanks to Zarius banishing us back to our plane. And then we tried to teleport close to the city of Tarsus. And the first time we got kind of close, but then we tried it again and they got way off course.
Actually, no, the first time you were way, way off course. There were like two mishaps in a row. The second time you traveled using Windwalk form for a while, but you were still like Windwalk had run out and you were still like 30 miles away. And so you tried to teleport again. and it actually just dropped you about 60 miles away, 50 or 60 miles away. So you went backwards because of the teleport.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And that's where we, and I think Zarya sent Kepri after. Sent Kepri after ahead, and that's where we left off.
Right. He sent Kepri essentially higher up into the air so that you couldn't necessarily see where the pyramid was. You just sort of knew you were vaguely close to it. Kepri determined that he can see the pyramid. It's sort of tiny and off to the east.
Yeah.
And so that's how you estimated you're about 50 miles away from the pyramid. So it is getting to be dark. You haven't yet rested, but your wind walk has run out for the day. Aurelia has books to read. And you are essentially, I mean, there are dunes around you, but otherwise the desert is pretty featureless where you are.
Well, I think there's nothing to it other than resting up. Got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. Clay, would you be able to construct or fashion us a covering?
Yeah, I can do that. So Clave casts his Mirage Arcane. But Maddox, did you break my keyboard? Jesus. So it's still gonna be underground, but I feel like since we're that so close and we've had things chasing us anyways, I feel like we need some additional kind of security. So on the surface, I'm going to just create just a forest of iron spikes that just go off in all directions on the surface while we're underground.
Okay.
T-Hole's like looking at it, like wouldn't have just a sand dune sufficed? Something to blend in with the environment?
Well, this will make it much more difficult for anything to actually travel to us. Because I'm making it, I want to make it really thick and difficult to get through, but also very tall, like 20 meters in the air, like a legit forest, but a dense forest just of iron spikes. So that this way, if we need to escape, we have some cover, especially through the wind walk. And yeah, I don't want to take any chances. Yeah, it will make us a little bit more noticeable, but I mean, whatever is coming after us is going to have to look within a mile radius to try and find us. So we'll be the needle in the haystack, although it's really just a needle among more needles.
A needle in a needle stack. I like it. And yeah, just a little bit noticeable. See, like his gaze extends skyward to like the 20 meter spikes that just came out.
That's true. When you say forest of spikes, how high are these spikes?
like going 20 meters, and it's like the way I imagine it is it's fractal spikes. Like so they kind of continue to branch off in all directions to make it really, really difficult to traverse.
And I did send Tony a message. But that's, yeah, that's fine. This forest of spikes on spikes on spikes on spikes on spikes.
Gotcha.
Clave is doing it a little bit too because he likes the idea of all these random strange places popping up in the desert.
Do you have this pattern underneath the ground around us as well?
I can.
There are purple worms around. They linger in these deserts.
Okay. I will change the terrain to accommodate that. Make it much well.
Giant hamster ball of spikes that
Could
you're
I-
in the middle of.
Infinitely dense. These fucking fractals.
Yeah, I'll just try. I'll do it on the surface, or underneath the surface as it is above the surface. So it's just like, yeah.
Clave
It's like the world tree of fractal spikes.
Clave
It's cool.
appears to me as someone who's like, yeah, man, the golden ratio, it's like it's crazy, man. Like he's fucking high on shit. You ever heard of the
Clave makes sure to take his Axios form as he does it. Smoke some of his glass grass.
So you create this fortress above and below ground. Is anybody doing anything? I'm sure Aurelia is reading.
Yep.
Clave is studying because he still has the Iteran book of spells. So he's looking over some of the spells to see if there's any that he wants to add to his spell book.
Okay, I have a couple messages to send to people.
Is there anyone we wish to inform of anything? We have sendings available.
Well, we spoke to Lucirosi already.
Normally I would send you messages this long separately in an email, but this time it occurred to me I'd be amused to see how you would react to it in the moment, on the spur of the moment. So I will let you read that. I will be back in a minute.
Sounds good. Do I have the ability to respond?
No.
Okay.
Same with mine.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I have the sending spell, so I can respond. Um, yeah.
Should be do not think.
I imagine T-Hole would be meditating. Practicing his evening affirmations. And when he receives this message, you know, kind of as he's out from the void, not the actual void, but this receives this message. And he would mull on it for a bit. And he might like look for somebody to like talk to. So he'd like look around to see like who would still be up.
What time of day is it?
Yeah, I don't think
So-
anybody's asleep yet.
Right. So it is dark out. It is nighttime at this point, but you know, you still basically have another after the little fortress got set up, you still had another 3 or 4 hours before you could have long rested again.
Okay,
So it is it's still before your long rest.
gotcha.
So presumably, I mean, Darius is pretty old. He could probably just fall asleep at any moment if he had sufficient like ability to rest.
You mean I'm feeling young again?
That's true. I wasn't sure whether or not you availed yourself of of the ability to just be young again.
No, I definitely did. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, I even had been like offering to take first watch and everything, which, sorry, I said never done before.
So it sounds like everybody would be awake.
Okay.
Aurelia would be reading. I don't know if she would interrupt her reading to listen to you though.
T-Hole would get up and just kind of like he would look around and say, I just received a message from what I believe to be Nerva. The one of my many offspring, but we battled her in the Starlock prison, if you recall. Well, Clave, you wouldn't recall, but the rest of us encountered Nerva there.
Wait, what do you mean that you got
Yeah.
a message from
By
Nerve?
the way, I should say you didn't all, although I sent all the messages at the same time, you didn't all get them immediately at the same time. Clave would have gotten his first. T-Hole got his, you know, more or less an hour or so later. Zarius probably right about the time you're getting ready to long rest. Aurelia's would have come actually in a dream while she was long resting.
You know,
Oh, so-
that actually brings up an interesting point that I hadn't considered. You know, when adventurers get well known enough, do people just start using sending to just message them all? Like, night
Oh,
and
I'm
day
sh-
about the things that they need help with.
I am sure if we were being realistic about it, that would happen all the time. In fact, I'm sure people would just be like, oh, of course I know that adventurer, and here's how he screwed me over. He didn't even tip after throwing a fit and being rude to all the servers.
Well, it's a good thing a person has to be at least 5th level to cast the sending spell. So most people die before that.
I imagine there'd have to be people who are like just disguise self to look like the adventurer to, defraud people.
Yeah, it's like a double, but to serve as like a secretary of sending.
Clay would still be suspicious and try to like mentally examine his message because he believes that his telepathy has improved to a degree where he feels like he should be able to respond and get through. At least that's Clay's belief, whether it's accurate or not.
That did not go. So, I assume you can see that message.
Yeah.
I was trying to whisper it back to you, but I must have typed the wrong thing. All of the details seem right. Like you don't know that much about the 100. But you also don't know like all of the limits of their telepathy either. And the 100 have been alive for a very long time. They may be very much more powerful telepaths than you're used to.
Um,
Details could always be faked, but you do get a sense that these are changelings who were talking to you.
yeah. Um, what's wrong? Do I get the sense that it's because my telepathy is lacking in power or range?
Yeah, you could get the sense that this was coming over a great distance, which is why they needed so many minds to put it together. So you by yourself can't cover the distance. I mean, if the 100 were serving Mordenkainen, then presumably they are in Tarsus or, in the spirit realm version of Tarsus. And that means they're 50 or 60 miles away.
Okay. So once I received that message, I would let the others know. So my the safety that I've created with my spell is not gone unnoticed. The so Mordenkainen has been kidnapped by the Empire, and they are my changeling brothers who are working with him to try and fight against Imix are requesting aid, which is convenient because we need those items from Mordenkainen to fight Imix. Perhaps it would be good for us to lend aid so that we can try to get what we need in order to be not only prepared for the battle, but also to have allies that we can bring with us.
I thought Mordenkainen was stolen by Ifrix or Imix, whatever.
My brothers who have messaged me are sworn to, if the message is genuine, which may not be the case, but I feel that it is. my brothers were sworn long ago to protect Mordenkainen.
I would just say their message says Mordenkainen was taken by elementalist forces, but the
Oh,
forces of
the Empire is getting in the way. That's
the Empire is trying to break into Mordenkainen's vaults, which they can't allow, but he's also otherwise interfering with them.
okay. I misread that. So yeah, so they're asking for our help to rescue Mordenkainen. I mean, if we're seeking Mordenkainen's objects of power, why not get them directly from the man himself?
Isn't Mordenkainen trapped in a jewel? Being carried by the Pasha of Imex?
I thought that he was being. Is he there, or I thought he was being delivered?
By the Pasha, yes. He wouldn't be in Tarsus anymore.
I get the sense that my brothers are currently in Tarsus. Either way, the Empire is trying to break into the very vault that we want to access. If they get there first, we won't have an opportunity to get those items. We won't be able to access those weapons that we need.
It's probably my ungrateful ex-wife. Turbo. I'm sure she's behind this.
God, I hate that bitch.
I know. Preach, brother.
Zarius is disgusted by the camaraderie.
And we'll say it's about then when T-Hole gets his message.
And T-Hill will be like, I heard. I also seem to receive a communication from Nerva, which is one of my offspring. I think she's my daughter.
Granddaughter.
I think she's my daughter. I don't remember.
She's my granddaughter.
Yeah, actually, T-Hole wouldn't really remember having her as a granddaughter. You would remember your son a little bit. Her father, Ptolemus, who you also met.
Yeah.
But she was sort of a surprise, as she doesn't even particularly look human.
Yeah.
She looks, in fact, she looked exactly like Meg Mucklebones, because that was the picture I used for her.
Mike Mucklebones?
Meg Mucklebones, which I'm guessing is a reference only I know.
Oh, the hag. Right. Is that from the one movie,
Oh, legend.
from Legend? Yeah.
It's been a very long time since I've seen Legend.
I wouldn't remember her name, but yeah. I watched it. I watched that movie because I was writing a paper about Ridley Scott. So
But Nerva, she is with the Empire's forces attempting to break into Mordenkainen's lair. She's asked for aid. Apparently, my coming was foretold by Buck Nerd, the capital nerd, and he just kind of looks kind of disgusted as the last time he met Buck Nerd.
I imagine it has to be, disgust mixed with some pride at inventing the term nerd. And turning it apparently into an insult.
Yes,
Canon. That is canon now in this world.
there's all those mixed feelings about that. They're losing the battle against Mordenkainen's forces and guards that he's left behind. Apparently Turbo is not to be trusted, which I could have told you that. Or at least some of Turbo's forces aren't trusted, but there's currently some sort of alliance with them. Convenience, I'm assuming.
Fuck the Empire. They have only been created more problems every step of the way. I say we join with my brothers.
And normally I would be for that. She does seem, but there's some hesitation I have. Two things. One, she seems fairly genuine in that in their desire to stop the Risden from returning. But two, there's a gift of a memory crystal which would be able to restore all of my memories that have been gone, which could be a very invaluable
So we kick their asses so bad that we take the crystal. Look, the Empire, this isn't their land. This isn't their. This is not a battle that is happening on their terms. But this is a battle that my brothers, because they are old, they have served as Mordenkainen's guardians for a long time. They know this fight. If we're to align with anybody, it would make most sense to align with them. She's sleeping. Okay.
Sure. I can take it. I know. I'm not gonna sleep.
Have you met these brothers? Do you know them to be, are they of your same tribe? Or are they brothers and
Sure. These are not
kind rather than brothers and arms?
the changelings that we met and encountered in the city. They've been corrupted. They are far different than the ones who serve with Mordenkainen. If anything, their cause and their motives are much more pure. So, while I do not know them, I do know of their story. And I know that they would be honorable And they, more than anybody, are motivated to stop Imix.
Perhaps there's a. Before you joined our group. Or wait, no. When did we get the prophecies?
You got them,
Clave was with us.
Yeah.
right. You were in Il Kajah, which is way upriver from where you are now. It's essentially it is like the capital city of where Dharmer Shah, which is right outside the Warmlands, sits. So
Yeah,
it is a created kingdom, not a dragonborn kingdom.
right.
Although you got them from the dragonborn priestess who was there. I will say this is about the time Zarius's message comes in. You see like a golden light begins to form around Zarius as he seems to be, lost in hearing these words that are coming into him from somewhere else.
Yeah, I might end up changing that message, by the way.
One thing that gives me pause, though, is you recall the prophecies that we received in Il Kajah. One spoke of this moment for the father of undeath. And it spoke that there would be forces, that there would be a battle to get into. Oh, I have it. That they shall take the city of the dead as their own and drive back the fires that block the path. And an old enemy shall become a friend, and an old ally an enemy.
Yes, but there's also the prophecy
is-
that spoke of my kind, my prophecy, that I would find the father of our fathers, and it would give me a chance to lead my people, and the mount of fire was to be the beacon to light this path.
Perhaps then the goals are, if these two forces are fighting each other, then but they have the same goal of stopping Thurisdan, then perhaps your prophecy is speaking about how to lead them to a path toward a peaceful resolution between these forces rather than this bloodshed.
If I had any trust for the Empire, perhaps, but I don't. You did not grow up hiding from the Empire, being treated as something to be hunted. The Empire, they're the ones that took my parents. They did not sire me, but they raised me. I know that now.
Perhaps then it is best that we get to Tarsus and secure Mordenkainen's vault ourselves. If we are split in our allegiances, then we will not work well. So let us stick with each other. Lucerosi, I believe, is with Bugnard. And he travels with Helweir within one of his flying castles. Did I interpret that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was right. Did I remember that right?
He didn't say specifically he was with Helweir, but he was flying.
In one of one of his, perhaps not with Helweir, but in one of his flying castles. Apparently, he has flying castles.
Plural. He would point out plural.
Yeah, I know.
Howhere has come a long way.
He knows that Nerva is also fighting to get into the vault. And I believe he wishes to stop her.
Lucerosi wants to stop Nerva.
Yes.
So even more reason. Either way, it doesn't change the primary goal to get to the vault.
It sounds like he is on his way to meet Imix as well. I'm going to send him a message. At least
And what-
communicating that he should stick to the center of his storm as the safest space to be.
Did he say meet Imix in a friendly, neutral,
No.
hostile way?
Hostile. I don't believe that Imix knows anything more than hostile. And it seems his Lucerosi's father, whom we banished from the spiritual realm, has joined forces with the fire.
Fuck that guy as well.
He was certainly not a friendly sort.
Which guy?
The guy that had infinite reaction attacks.
Lucerosi's dad.
Oh,
He believes it'll be 2 days before he can reach the vault itself.
so he is with Lucerosi,
Buckner is.
not Lucerosi's father.
No, he is with Imix or Ifrix or whoever. At least has joined forces with them by Lucerosi's account.
That's troubling.
It is certainly another powerful adversary
Wait, what did you say, Zarius?
that Lucerosi's dad has joined forces with our enemies as well, the fire, the Imix or whoever.
Yeah, if just to be clear, if Rix is just like the southern name, up north he's known as Imix, the Prince of Evil Fire.
Right.
So I wind up using them both from time to time, just depending on context.
I will communicate with Lucerosi, letting him know, because he is unsure apparently of exactly the whereabouts of Mordenkainen. If what he thinks where he is at is different from ours, then we cannot be certain of anyone's intel.
Well, if anybody would be able to have an understanding of what happened to Mordenkainen, it would be the people that were meant to guard and protect him.
Perhaps,
Like-
yes. It is likely we will encounter them. Zarius will step away and begin to cast that sending spell, I guess. If
Okay.
how will I change this? Yeah. I don't feel like writing out Mordenkainen again, so I'm shortening it.
Morty,
Yeah.
Yeah. Just for the official record.
That's a glamour shot if I've seen one.
Not meet him, but whatever.
Yep.
sorry, I had to take a quick call. Did I miss something?
It's my Sunday.
That's what you get back.
Think I would like to, if we make it there, if we when we make it there, and depending on the fate of the battle, I think I would at least like to speak with Nerva. No one need to accompany me on that venture, but something about this all is something about this. I should normally have no reason to trust anything of the Empire for obvious reasons, or any folk in the Empire, but something about this seems worth considering. Not necessarily at least and from like a helping the battle perspective, but I think it would be just I at least would like to have a conversation with her. Maybe there's some sort of reason that can be driven into them, and we can the fighting can stop. Or at least we could try.
It would be better to have more allies, but I still don't trust the Empire.
I don't necessarily trust the Empire either. And I'm not sure if I trust Nerva, but she doesn't trust Turbo. And that gives me small comfort. She had a different upbringing than many other of my kin because of the forces that brought her into this world. So she would have a different perspective for sure.
was also a long time ago. But if they have a means for restoring memories, then who knows?
I also don't want to necessarily discount that aspect too quickly. If such a thing can be done peacefully over force, I would prefer that.
Nothing can be decided tonight. We should rest. I will take first watch.
Zarius, you never take first watch.
Sometimes it will happen.
Very well.
All right.
So you rest. Aurelia, you get your message in a dream. At
Okay.
some point during the night, you are awoken by the chittering, the incredibly loud, almost explosive chittering of a purple worm tearing its hide against the spike walls and then moving off.
Excellent.
I just watched Dune 2 today, so just thinking of those.
You just watched what?
Dune Part 2.
Uh,
A lot of worms in that one.
So the new day dawns.
So how many book hours do I get?
You could get another 6
Okay.
if you.
Do you rest at least? Have you
Yeah.
rested?
That would be with you getting enough, like the 6
Yeah,
hours
yeah.
of sleep that you need.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
How many hours do you have left?
37.
That's a lot of hours.
I got a lot of reading.
You might be able to finish one of your books.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now. Yeah, I finished it. Hold on.
It's the Tome of Leadership that you finished?
Yeah.
So yeah, as you finish that, and some of you may have seen, as Aurelia closes the book, it flies out of her hand and slowly levitates into the air. And then there's just a flash of light and it's gone.
It doesn't turn into catnip.
It does not turn into
Oh,
catnip.
oh man. Okay. Okay.
T-Hole just like looks. Why do books never do that when I finish them? Was it a good book?
A little bit wordy at times.
Do
She
you
says, her face shining more radiantly and beautifully than ever.
Of course. Okay. Ah. Well, are we ready to go to the Citadel?
I hope so.
Yeah, so you probably would have finished the book either. I guess, so I don't know. It probably would have been about like 2 hours into everybody else starting their rest.
Okay.
So they might have been asleep when the book disappeared, I guess.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
Maybe it floated in the air for a while.
Right. Or maybe it happened just as the worm vanished, so they were all awake to see it.
Right.
But it is now morning again.
So I can teleport us to the flying fortress of the Pasha. We ready?
What? I thought we were
Not going
going
there.
to the armory.
Why are we wasting our time there?
Because we need weapons and allies to fight the Pasha.
We're gonna find allies on two sides that are killing each other. Let them kill each other. Let's head to the Citadel.
Well, we were going to Mordenkainen's to recover fire resistance or gear that would help us brave the flames so that we can make it to the Citadel.
Well, I can bring us right there, so we don't have to jump over and skirt the flames.
Still
Right, but we're talking
flammable.
about creatures of pure flame, even if the environment isn't going to be burning, their weapons will. Aurelia, you seem like you're unusually motivated this morning.
That happens from time to time. The Cat Lord has visited me and given me a vision of the Citadel.
And
So we can teleport there and avoid any unnecessary detours.
That's amazing. That means that once we get what we need at the armory, we can just go. We can get right to where we need to.
I just think that's a bad idea, getting in between two sides that are trying to kill each other. Which side are we exactly taking? Are we going to try to avoid each side?
Think of it differently. Think of it as this is the armory of a very powerful wizard. There is likely
Okay.
to be many useful artifacts.
Are you ready
present.
for all the different traps and pitfalls and shenanigans that will occur?
If we
Traps.
Aid.
I mean, if we
aid the ones who are guarding it, then perhaps.
Which ones are we talking about?
presumably,
Which side are we not trusting? Or, oh wait, that's both sides. So who will we aid that will double cross us?
I trust.
The hairball Vec Knights?
They're not Vec Knights.
Only most of them. The majority.
No, those are the ones in the
51%.
city. Those are the ones in the city
Oh.
that are Vec Knights or for Thrisden. Those are my people, but they are not the ones that are calling for aid.
I tend to agree with Zarius's statement last night, where we help neither side and are on our own.
So we'll be fighting two sides then.
Well, not
Not
fighting,
fair. Not fair,
avoiding.
fighting themselves.
Avoiding. So we're avoiding fighting two sides.
And maybe we can, maybe that should change. Maybe that can change once we get there and we can see. We have a little more information to work off of. But if we're able to get directly to if we're able to get directly to the Pasha's the Pasha, then we should just get in, get our get stuff and go.
At the very least, if we could still find the fire resistance or even immunity, it will still be useful against a fight against Ifrix.
But we are losing time, unfortunately.
If there is one thing I can trust, it is that Lucia Rossi will do everything he can to delay him.
Then
And yes, this is a matter of time. I don't think there's any argument there. But to throw ourselves into a meat grinder with no way to protect ourselves without being ready to stop the grinder from grinding our meat. This analogy's gotten away from me, but still.
who's grinding whose meat?
I'm interested.
You don't go into a situation unprepared, then you just get killed.
I can't agree more, Clave. Especially since I'm gonna probably be the one who's up there punching whatever fire elementals. And I'll be
Literally placing my fists into fire.
from a self-preservation perspective, I would like to not burn to death.
I initially did not wish to come this direction, and yet we still did. Now that we are here, we might as well go in. Had you initially teleported us there, then I would have been happier. Or dead. At least now we can potentially prevent the dead. At least my instant consideration.
So you're saying this is my fault?
No, I'm saying
I will let you teleport us next time.
I am saying it is their fault for convincing you to go this direction. And I sort of like head nod over to fucking T-hole enclave.
It seemed like a good idea. And it still is a good idea.
Now it is. Let us move. Let us do this. We are rested. When we are rested, we are at our most dangerous. I will start to cast the Windwalk.
So what is your plan?
Yes,
Like,
what is our plan?
Are you just flying towards Tarsus?
And what better plan is there? That's step one.
Yeah, I think so.
Step two,
For
profit.
50 miles, like we can cover that ground and windwalk pretty quick, right?
Yes.
Real fast.
Yeah, so we might as well just fly there.
Right. So, okay. So you cast Windwalk. and you begin to fly out towards the east. Very quickly, once you get to altitude, you do see the image of the pyramid on the horizon. It is very tiny. And Windwalk, you do move very quickly, but it actually is still about 2 hours before you reach the site. Well before you get there, though, all of you can see in front of you there is a rising of dust and sand as there is a rather massive battle going on. There's also an enormous, perhaps 150 feet across, blue portal between a pyramid and what looks very similar to a pyramid, but it actually has 5 sides to it. And smack dab in the middle of these two enormous buildings, each of which is many hundreds of feet across, is this circular portal rising out of the ground. It has a blue and greenish shimmering hue that makes you feel all a little uneasy. Zarius, you a little less so, as you know that there are energies associated with the dead that often take on the same sort of shades. So
Okay.
I will show you the map and you can tell me where you actually want to go. Where's the little tab that changes the map is gone for some reason, and I don't know why that is. There it is.
Bonus feature.
So all of the fighting seems to be more or less concentrated around the portal. There are, however, dead Imperial soldiers as well as undead. There's a little bit of creative license going on here, so that it wasn't like 20 megabytes worth of web page. Every token except for your guys' tokens is essentially 5 different soldiers,
Okay.
as there are a lot of people fighting. Oh, your guys and the Nightwalkers. The Nightwalkers are individual Nightwalkers.
So these are undead that are,
Um, so there's the Imperial forces, who appear to be just normal created races. Um, if you look around, you can find like officers among them. So you may be able to find individual soldiers that are not soldiers. Those would also be individual people. Um, but yes, it does appear as though at least the forces you're seeing now fighting the Imperials are undead. You
are they
don't
coming
see,
through the portal?
yes. And you don't see any changelings scanning the field.
What are
No one
these
is,
things?
those are archers, Imperial archers, who seem to have climbed up the side of the pyramid to get altitude.
We'll set down in the designated neutrality area, whatever that is. I'm sure it's on the
Yeah.
map.
There's like
Switzerland.
velvet ropes around a little square, 10 by 10
Yep.
square for neutral observers.
Mm-hmm.
Telepathically, I'm going to ask everybody, uh, what is that portal? Is there anything that I might be able to glean from it through Arcana check?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check.
I suspect it is a portal into the realm of the dead.
Yeah, that would be what you would glean to, that it is probably a way to move between the spirit world and this world. Who opened it, you can't tell. Presumably the 100 can open portals like this, but this one is massive. You're not sure why. It makes it seem as if maybe the Imperials opened it because they wanted to move a mass of troops through. At the moment, though, you see mostly undead coming out of the portal. You don't see the Imperials going in. So maybe they opened it. But if the Imperials got this far, they must have had some way of crossing over to the spirit world, since presumably that's where the vault is.
Is there any reason why we couldn't just go through the portal?
In your cloud form, you could certainly try.
I
Where's a meteor swarm when you need it?
think
He used to be able to do stuff like that back when he was emperor.
Yeah. He's got low T now. He can't do it.
maybe if I had my memories,
Probably
Yeah.
still not.
the throne. I mean, I think it's worth at least trying to fly through. If we
So
can.
right,
How
to
tall
fly
is it?
through you, it is about 100 feet tall.
Yeah, just stick to the top.
Right. You would have to fly. I assumed you were doing a relatively high level pass over this.
Yeah.
It's much more likely somebody will notice you if you fly that low and directly at the portal. It's not as if there's a lot of low hanging fog clouds in this area.
Yeah, but we're very fast. We come racing through here. They ain't gonna know what's going on.
So there is
Uh,
a chance. There is a chance you could draw an attack or two.
I say we do it. I say we fly into the portal. I mean, we need to get to the realm of the dead anyways. Unless Aurelia, is you can teleport to the, or you can take us to the realm of the dead, can't you?
Mm,
Yes, you can.
okay.
The horn and what you learned at the Sage's
Okay.
library.
What
Okay. I was thinking the void and the realm of the dead, two different things.
if we close the portal and then Aurelia, you transport us to the realm of the dead?
Can you close it?
Maybe. It might require
You'd have to get off
sacrificing the spear.
We would have to get awfully close to this portal to do so, yes.
300 feet or so.
Let's just try and go through it.
My concern is if we go through it, there's this army on the other side. Somebody's coming and going from it, but eventually people are going to be going into it.
So we fly straight up, out of range.
assuming that there is.
I suppose we can close it from the other side.
Most likely.
So let's go through, assess, and then we can close it if need be, or at least attempt to.
I'll start leading the way. I'll just start dashing through.
Okay. Everybody make me a dex save. To see if somebody can get off attacks against you.
A dex save.
Yes.
Oh wait, I have it. We're
So
not
whenever-
blessed, so
So when my bum knee got fixed, did my dex go up? Because it's still
No.
a 9. Alright.
No, your speed went up, not your dex. And I'm not sure that would have affected you in cloud form.
I'm accepting that roll.
Okay. So you Clave and Zarius, there is some arrow fire that comes your way. That is to hit Clave. That is to hit Zarius. I
Miss
don't
for
think
me.
Right, I don't think you get your like any sort of armor or shield bonus. I think it's just 10 plus your AC at this, or your dex, I mean. We haven't really gone through this, but you don't have any physical armor.
So does each arrow represent 5? I mean, each roll, since it's every token's 5.
That was just yeah, every token on this board is actually 5 different creatures, except for the Nightwalkers and yourselves.
It doesn't say that any of our stats change from the Windwalk, though.
So, I mean, I will grant you that because this is not actually going to be that much damage anyway. But if so, that doesn't actually make a lot of sense to me. Like they are firing at clouds, and you block it with your shield, but you don't have your shield. You
You got your
block it with
cloud
your
shield.
your cloud shield.
Let's
So,
settle, we'll settle it like most discussions. We'll go on Twitter and we'll figure it out. I'm sure.
sometimes these spells, I don't know that I like them thematically. It's like your illusory dragon, how like you're not allowed to ride the otherwise solid illusory dragon.
Yeah.
So, we'll just say you do actually get peppered with arrow fire. You're high enough up that the Nightwalkers can't attack you. But if the Nightwalkers had attacked you, I'd have to make an actual ruling here because they might do significant damage if they tried to take you out. As you fly into the portal, though, all of you immediately get almost stuck. You can feel there is something, it is a massive amount of force you are applying to try to push through this portal, and you are going through, but very slowly. It is going to take you at least a minute to cross through this portal in cloud form. And you're not even sure why. It doesn't even look like there's a physical barrier in front of you, but something is slowing your rate of progress immensely. And now that arrow fire has been fired at some of you, you could see that more of the creatures around you, more of the units around you are noticing that you are there.
Well, if if it is if it's moving, we are moving, and it is just slow. Glaive is going to continue to press forward.
If it's slow, it's like if we're here for a minute, that's 10 rounds of arrow fire before we're gonna get through. Do you think we might be picked off by that point? You're muted, Tony.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, here on the immaterial plane, this portal is like thin. I mean, presumably it's not like miles thick or whatever. So are we in? Do we feel like we're in the portal, just trying to travel through it, or?
You feel like you're crossing through the portal, but you're doing it immensely slowly. And it's going to take you 10 rounds to make it all the way into this glowing vortex that is the portal.
So, Mike here, not Glaive, but what's worse, 10 rounds of arrow fire or 10 rounds of trying to transform back into our physical form, running through an active battle zone and hopping through and hoping that we move faster, but maybe not.
Right. We're still like 100 feet up, roughly. Like we would.
Right.
So that should.
Or Aurelia can also transport you to the spirit realm.
Sure.
So you might not need to go through the portal. You could fly a mile away and then transfer to spirit realm. You
Let's
don't know.
go-
There's probably, for all you know, as much fighting on the other side of the portal, though. At the moment, it appears as though undead are coming through to this side, and you don't see the Imperials going through. But that's, you still don't know what's going on the other side.
If
Yeah.
we do, that's up to Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Clay,
understandably,
Clay's
Aurelia
state
doesn't
of
want to
mind is, to push forward unless Aurelia offers up that other option.
Well, it still means we got to, I mean, presumably I can get from the spirit realm back to our realm, right? With the horn?
Yes.
Is it a one-shot deal or is it multiple times?
You can do it multiple times.
Okay. I mean, it's up to you guys what you want to do. I mean, if we want to go a mile away and then take off the windwalk form, or or we just want to push through.
it would certainly be safer to move away from this place and then use the horn. Yes.
Okay.
All right, so if Aurelia recommends that, then Clave will quickly dive out of the portal and fly up and over it.
Okay. So you're all flying away from the portal for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so you find a safe location with the pyramid off in the distance. The archers take a few more shots at you, and you can see some of the night walkers are also eyeing you. But you get away without any further damage.
So, do we deduce that they are just these archers were on which side?
They were definitely Imperial archers.
Okay. So would we guess that they knew what they were shooting at, or were they just like, that looks weird? Those are weird clouds. Everybody shoot them.
Right. It's weird, probably weird clouds.
Okay. Okay.
You don't have any reason to think they knew, like, that cloud looks like Aurelia.
Well, I mean, we've used Windwalk like how much a lot, and they may have gotten intel that says that's how they travel. So watch
I
for
mean,
weird
right,
clouds.
right. And maybe that's the case,
Okay.
but who knows?
These
Okay.
are peons. What the fuck do they know?
All right. Well, I will use the war horn to get us across.
So you begin to play it's a much more complex series of notes that will open up a portal. And you actually don't notice a portal open. All you all see as Aurelia continues to play is the sky begins to darken, and the sun seems to go out. You would expect at night there to be stars overhead and moons, but there is nothing but blackness. And you can palpably feel, especially Zarius, who is taller than the rest of you, that your head almost feels like it's moving through like a thick fog, whereas lower at your feet you feel much more free. There is no fog in the air though, so you're not sure what's providing this sort of sense of resistance. And it's not enough to slow you or anything, but it is a definitely odd and alien sensation. You also the smell of decay just hits your noses slowly as this darkness begins to build up. And over the course of about a minute, the entire area goes completely pitch black.
No lights off in the distance or anything like that.
You do hear the sounds of battle off in the distance, and you can see the green glow, the blue-green glow of that portal. But you don't see lights.
So it's darkness like nighttime darkness or darkness
It
like
is
pitch
it
black?
is much it is much darker than nighttime darkness. So it is pitch black except for there being a sort of distant glow, blue-green glow that is illuminating the area. So the portal is what's providing light right now.
Mm,
T-Hole is gonna activate his visage to he's gonna activate his visage so that he can see in the dark.
Yeah, pull out that
Okay.
torch, that ever burning torch. What happens if I
I-
like wave it up in the air? Can I feel resistance?
as long as you just
Yes.
don't care.
Air is right. It is almost imperceptible, but there is a even more resistance higher up.
It's likely that if we were to go lower to the ground, we could have traveled through this portal quicker. But obviously,
also-
that would have made us vulnerable.
You also notice that not that far away from you, there are wispy spirits that some of whom seem to now be attracted to this glowing torch that was taken out.
Well, they
Yeah.
obviously come to get our aid because they need their help in the fight.
Just so I can kind of get a general idea, I'll do an Eyes of the Grave, see roughly how many undead are potentially around us within 60 feet.
Let's see, within 60 feet. Every square on this map, by the way, is 10 feet. I forgot to mention that too. Within 60 feet, there's nothing, but you do see spirits off in the distance.
Mhm.
Like
I
this.
will create some dancing lights to try and distract those spirits and keep them away from us.
Okay. Zarius, are you keeping your torch out?
Um, I don't know. Can't see otherwise, so
I mean, it is essentially kind of like moonlight because of the glow of the portal.
okay.
So you can still see a little bit.
So
But
it's
looking up, however, the sky is absolutely pitch black.
Right.
I'm gonna cast Death Ward on myself. So is this this isn't the void, or is this
This is
Oh,
not
the-
the void.
okay, okay.
The void has a very different feel to it.
Okay,
This
I was
is-
thinking I was just making sure.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, you would have heard like enough discussion of this and read about it when you were reading the ritual to get here. This is the realm that spirits go to temporarily after death before they move on to the afterlife.
The
And
purgatory.
many spirits wind up getting stuck here when they're just not moving on.
Right, like they don't
So-
get enough money for bus fare and they're stuck. Gotcha.
Right. Or just people who like want to linger and hang around afterwards,
Yep.
stay around their loved ones. This is really
Loitering.
where they are. And in fact, when you get closer, you'll be able to see like faintly the outlines of the Imperial soldiers, of the living people in the mundane world. So you can't interact with them, but you can at least see and hear what's going on in the real quote unquote world.
Okay.
But the spirits you're seeing are probably just dead people who happen to be in this area for whatever reason. Maybe the spirits of some of the Imperial soldiers you saw who were dead.
No, I think I'll keep the torch. I feel like Zarius's faith would have taught him not to fear the dead necessarily. So not all spirits are evil and dangerous or whatever. In fact, most of them wouldn't be.
So you are officially in the spirit world. Where do you wish to go from here?
Let's head towards the portal.
Well, we need to find at the entrance to Mordenkainen's lair. It won't necessarily be at the portal, but perhaps in one of those pyramids. You said one of these was 5-sided. It's so dumb. Mordecai.
The southern one is 5-sided. He didn't build the pyramids. They were here before he got here.
Whichever one of T-Hole's ancestors built that.
Probably his descendants.
Mm,
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, descendants.
Somebody saw a 4-sided pyramid and they're like, I'm better than 4 sides. I want a 5th side.
yeah.
So are
Structurally
you
unsound.
walking towards the portal or in that direction, or are you changing back to your windwalk form?
Could we change back?
If Glaive would try to change back.
I mean, it feels like it's working.
Okay.
Feels like you're changing into your windwalk form.
We should circle high and see if we can find see if we can find a spot that could be his lair.
It is likely that trying to move while up high will be not so useful.
We were able to move all right.
We
100 feet up
we were incredibly slow.
when we were trying to get through the portal.
I believe it is still present here. Is some method for preventing the spirits from rising too far.
After you transform, you quickly
quality.
after you transform, you quickly find that Zarius is correct. You start to move up, and initially you're moving at more or less the normal rate, but it seems like it's getting exponentially slower the higher you go. And eventually it's like trying to swim through molasses. You're making some progress, but not very much. It's slowing you down immensely. At ground level, however, you're still at your normal speed or slightly above it. Up to about 20 feet or so, you're at your normal speed. As you go higher than that, you start to slow down.
What is it at 30 feet that we would start to get even slower? And
Yeah, I mean, I didn't work out like a formula for it, but if you were at like 30 feet, you'd be down to like 250 feet around rather than 300.
yeah, that's more.
But at 100 feet, you're essentially just moving like a foot or so around. I mean, you also find you're standing next to a fairly large hill. You also discover that the height limit seems to follow the contour of the land.
I figured. Assuming Clave has us telepathically linked, we will need to stick closer to the ground if we wish to travel at any acceptable rate. Even 200 miles an hour, or 200 feet per round, or whatever it is, miles an hour.
This sucks. We're limited to 200 miles an hour.
God damn it. What is this, a small hurricane? But yeah, I mean, even 200 feet per round. I don't know how high up we would be whenever
about
by the time we.
It's about 50 feet up. You'd be at 200.
What about 65 feet up?
65 feet up, you'd be about 150 feet per round.
So pretty fast. That might be acceptable and out of the range of a lot of things. Presumably, yeah, I guess I would be very curious if projectiles have the same movement limitation, or if it is only sentient or mostly sentient creatures.
Let's see, it's a good question.
Sorry, what did you say? I was thinking about something else. I got a message that I had to respond to.
I was just wondering if projectiles have the same movement limitation as we do, or if
I mean,
if
you'd
it's smart
imagine,
enough somehow.
you'd imagine so.
Oh, then we should be pretty safe up here.
I think we should head at this height, we should head towards the pyramid. The four-sided pyramid.
We are closer to it, right? Technically.
Yeah. So you do see, although you can see the images, the faint images of the people and creatures who are in the mundane world, on this side, you can see there are more forces that are sort of moving towards the portal. A number more Nightwalkers and a lot more of, you're not exactly sure what form of undead they are. They appear to be, though, incorporeal soldiers. They appear to be the spirits of soldiers. But they're very clearly full on undead. You also see, again, here on this map, everything is basically 5 per token. You also see there are a number of changelings who do not appear to be, some of them are near the portal. They don't appear to be going through the portal. They appear to be more telepathically giving orders.
Does it look like there's any sort of entrance that's being guarded?
So is were in your, is verb, Mike, is were where? Where are you?
Yeah.
So does it look like there's any entrances that are being guarded?
You do see there is a Nightwalker that is near a very large open entrance at the base of the pyramid, who doesn't appear to be leaving. Periodically, you do see soldiers come out and begin heading towards the gate.
The undead soldiers.
Yes. So this is the Nightwalker that seems to be guarding the entrance to the pyramid.
Are there are there do we see a similar does Teal notice like a similar situation here? Like are there any other places that we can tell that or he can tell that like there are soldiers coming out of it?
There are no soldiers coming out of the southern pyramid. But there is another Nightwalker that is near what appears to be an entranceway to the southern pyramid.
I'm wondering if the southern pyramid is where is well, perhaps there appear to be soldiers coming out of the north pyramid. That could be the things worth keeping and storing are there, where all the soldiers are at, or they're in the south, the other pyramid, and the northern pyramid is being treated as a barracks of sorts, or a source for these undead armies.
Kurt, I'd sent another message.
Okay.
That changes the response to the first. So Clave telepathically communicates to the group. The leader is a changeling near the portal. They are apparently controlling the undead through Mordenkainen's magic, but they're unsure how long that will last. I suggest we go speak with him so that we could better understand what is this situation.
Very well. So yeah, we'll go and approach the leader.
So you land next to the portal, and one of the changelings comes forward. I am Roningal. Are you able to assist us with defeating these invaders?
I don't know how to answer that. When did these invaders get here?
Well, we believe they first took up positions in the material plane about 4 days ago. They opened their first portal shortly after that and sent through an advance team in an effort to try to gain access to the vaults, but we slew them quickly. They then began to send more and more, opening up small portals here and there, sending in small strike teams in an effort to get to the portal. All of them were killed. Eventually, they began to open this larger portal, which took them a fair amount of time. They initially attempted to push their way through using their, at the time, superior numbers, but they were not ready for what they faced on this side. The Nightwalkers were able to dispatch most of them. Now we've begun to breach the portal and attack them in their own world. Hopefully, we can slaughter them all so that there will be no further incursions.
Have you had any parlay with them?
Only the first team.
What is it that they wanted to enter the vault? What are they looking for?
They say they're looking to take items that will help them in the battle against Imix.
Who would do that?
To be honest, we had hoped that we could use those items to battle Imix.
It would be sacrilegious for us to allow you to access the vaults even if we knew how to open them.
Why is that?
Because the vaults were sealed by Neniac Nedom. They are only to be opened by Neniac Nedom. So far as I know, only he can open them. But it is not for us to contradict his orders.
It would not be. It can only be sacrilege if it is against a god.
Neniac Nedom is next akin to a god.
But not a god.
He was my pupil. He is no god.
This changeling eyes T-hole and then says, perhaps he was once a pupil of yours, but he now is of this plane and beyond mortality.
If you truly value Neniac Nadam as your leader or as close to divinity, then wouldn't it, how can it be sacrilegious to use those weapons as a means of freeing him?
We have no doubt that he will free himself when the time is right. This is obviously some stratagem he has devised, possibly to get himself close to Imix so that he can kill Imix himself. He predicts all things, and yet he did not ever tell us of any prophecy of his being captured. If it had been necessary for us to save him, I'm sure he would have given us instructions to save him.
Maybe he just simply did not tell you of this prophecy because he knew that he saw that you were not able to save him, and he wished to spare you the suffering.
I will do you the courtesy of not slaying you for where you stand, for suggesting that he might be captured against his will. But in any event, he definitely did not leave us instructions to allow anyone, be it the interlopers or even one of our own kin, to access the vault.
Clave is becoming more and more disappointed with his people. Every time they fall short.
They're just all much more prone to being religious than you. These are people
right.
who basically worship mind flayers forever. And they came to this world.
I'm gonna do while we're near these guys, I'm gonna do my Eyes of the Grave again to see if they light up as undead.
The changelings do not.
Okay.
Everything else on the screen does. So it is a lot of undead, and there are plenty of undead that you can detect through the walls of the pyramid that you're adjacent to.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Well, I
So-
wouldn't be able to do that because they get that stone would definitely block sight. But
Okay.
So this
can
guy's
just-
obviously a follower of Mordenkainen then.
Yes.
okay.
So, okay.
Sorry, Peter, were you kind of
So some of the changelings are following Mordenkainen. Is there any kind of obvious? I'm assuming he's not a Vec Knight, right? There's no symbol, anything. He's
So yeah, Vec Knights don't use symbols because part of their religion is to keep their cult secret.
okay. Okay. I don't know. Time of war. I mean, they could be just like broadcasting it.
Right. But so far as you know, Vecna and Mordenkainen are unrelated.
Right. Right. Okay. I just try to get a feel for like who this guy is
I mean, you
following
did
other
hear,
than Mordenkainen.
you had heard that Vecna was a lich now, and so or Mordenkainen was a lich now, and Vecna is sort of famously a lich.
Right. So pick your lich.
Right.
Yeah.
Is and the each square is 10 feet, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
I did play around with trying to like shrink your tokens down, but then they all snapped to the upper right corner anyway, so it just wasn't worth it.
so I'm going to move here as if I'm examining the portal and looking at the troops and everything. Mostly because I feel like the Nightwalker is large enough that it hides me from a majority of the changelings around here. Because these guys here, they're not changelings, right? These are undead.
Yeah, those are ghostly soldiers.
And hopefully hidden from the others, Clave is going to use mass suggestion to influence these two.
So that is actually 10.
That though, but the speaker was within
Right.
that group,
Yeah,
right?
the speaker was within this group.
Okay. I can do it to up to 12 creatures.
Okay.
So my suggestion will be we have come bearing the new prophecy of Nedom, and we are meant to enter that vault.
So let's see.
He'll just looks at Clave, just gives a kind but solemn look. I hope this works, or we're gonna be in combat very soon.
Well, then we just run over to the other side of the portal and fight with the others.
We're on your side now.
T-Hole is having he's thinking of that prophecy. He's thinking of his prophecy, and it's like wondering, oh, okay, maybe this is maybe it wasn't wrong.
So you're just getting the 10 changelings?
Yeah.
All right. So first guy failed. That was the leader the one you were talking to at least. You don't really
Okay.
know if he's the leader, but he was talking.
Okay.
Second guy failed. Oh no, second guy made it.
He made it, yeah.
Third,
Jesus.
2 and 2. 2 and 3. 2 and 4. 3 and 4. 4 and 4. 5 and 4. 6 and 4.
You know what you need is to just use one of your feats to get a single meta magic and just make it a subtle spell. Just like
Well, I already used my feet to have infinite silent image.
oh yeah, you made the right choice.
I believe I did.
I mean, in his case, he definitely, I think, did, because his silent images are partially real. So he can just make like walls at will.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
That he only puts around himself.
so there is now a burst of confusion as like basically most of you don't really know what's going on. And Clave, you know that there is a lot of telepathic back and forth as these two sides are now arguing amongst each other, with 6 of them believing that you bear the new prophecy and should be followed, and 4 believing that this is just hocus pocus and you all have been charmed.
But the guy, the one that was speaking to us, the current perceived leader fell for it.
Right. But well, like I said, you don't necessarily know what's going on, and Clave, you don't get the sense that they're deferring to him on this.
Mhm.
They're trying to almost come to a consensus. And when the consensus is turning against them, the other 4 are like reaching out and telepathically yelling at further away changelings. And you do see that other changelings begin to sort of move towards your group.
Okay, so yeah.
Zarius
And the
grabs his holy symbol, ready to fucking.
and the 6 who have fell to the suggestion come up to you, Clave, and you begin to have a conversation with the first of them. And he says, I don't think my brethren are willing to accept. Please explain to them that you are here bearing the prophecy.
All right, you got to make up a prophecy right now, dude. You better do it. Better be convincing. Or give a significant glance to Aurelia, who's got the better charisma. You got some decent charisma though, right? I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm not like Aurelius though.
Yeah, you're not a bard, yeah.
Right, and yeah, my deception is a +8. Aurelia, how is your deception?
Aurelia's a cloud. See you guys.
It's up there.
I'm convinced.
So I would step forward and I would say, I am but protector of the one who truly bears the prophecy. She is the one that bears it. She will explain to you what we have come to know as truth.
So yeah, you get the sense that there's a little bit more back and forth. They're surprised to hear that Mordenkainen would send, or Neniac Nedom would send the prophecy. Not only, I mean, through a non-changeling, that might happen, but through a non-undead changeling, non-changeling. That's very surprising.
I
This
would
this
further,
cat-headed person, and then you start to hear like maybe this cat-headed person is related to Robilar, but that draws its own bit of negative reaction, as they seem to be very much aware that Robilar betrayed Neniac Nedom. Although there is a minority view that that is all part of Neniac Nedom's grand 5D chess plan, where Robilar pretended to betray him.
That feels like what this group would actually believe, though.
Fucking Mordekainen is like the super genius, like heist master, right?
That is one of his special traits. As a reaction, he can retcon history to say he did set things up a certain way. But all eyes
I
have turned
forgot,
to Aurelia to hear this, the new prophecy.
I forgot Aurelia's cat-headed now. That might have changed how I approached that.
All right.
She may not be changeling, but she is a shape changer. This is not her original form.
So I have the attention of all these changelings now.
Yes. And you can see the Nightwalkers are also paying attention now.
I'm going to step away and compose myself. But what I'm doing is I'm casting mind blank on myself.
I mean, is there a verbal component to mind blank?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. Sorry. Hold on. I
If
guess I got
there probably
is. Yeah. Yeah. It says verbal semantic. Yep.
Right, so they would know you're casting a spell.
Okay.
But they're not stopping you from casting the spell.
Okay. Good. Yeah. I don't need them reading my mind or anything.
The clerical prayer. That's what that was.
Yes.
Um,
I turned back around under my breath, slowly cursing Glaive the entire time.
You do see they look in general fairly suspicious. So you will have disadvantage is what I'm saying, unless you have a way to get advantage to offset that.
I will say, I will stick my finger to my head and say, I have given you the prophecy. Because they're telepaths, right?
Right.
Okay.
And
You are
there is
obviously not worthy enough to receive it.
that's a good one.
and there is a silence. And then you see there's a lot of glancing back and forth among the changelings. And make me your deception check.
I'm on deception with disadvantage, right?
Yep.
That's what an action point is for.
Can you use a bardic
crap.
inspiration on that?
Technically, I didn't do that beforehand. Oh well. We'll go with the 15.
Let's see. You know, I'm just gonna make one insight check with advantage. I mean, I could make dozens, but
Dozens of checks.
that seems like it would be overly complicated.
I have binders of checks.
They're all thinking as one mind at the moment, right? They're all mind linked.
Right.
Makes sense. Deceiving the crowd.
I closed their character sheet. So this with advantage. They fail.
Yes.
Wow, they beat my technical 4. Gosh.
So the first one comes up and looks back at the group and seems to be saying something telepathically to them. And then says, "So what would you have us do?" I, of course, heard the prophecy, but the rest of them. But nonetheless, I would like specific instructions on what it is we should be doing here.
You should continue with what you are doing now. In due time, you will receive the prophecy, and you will know when it happens.
Very well.
Uh,
And you see ghostly soldiers are then marshaled to keep moving through the gate. There is a brief moment when you see some of the two of the psionic warriors of the Empire come through, but the Nightwalker immediately slaughters them. And then the one you were speaking to among the changelings says, "Is it within the limits of the prophecy for you to help us defeat these invaders?" He is now talking to Aurelia, though.
That will come in due time.
Of course.
Telepathically, I'm gonna say to Aurelia. Well, I guess can I say anything to her with her mind blink?
Oh, I think you can. I think I can receive messages. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say it blocks you from receiving messages.
I would point out to Aurelia that we don't know where the vault is. Perhaps we can have an escort, as it would be uncouth for Mordecai's emissaries to be without some kind of escort.
We need an escort to the vault. We will need to make sure it is secure.
Of course. I can take you to the vault. So he begins to lead you to the southern pyramid, the 5-sided pyramid.
He was like, damn it.
It's obviously the one with the more sides. Like,
Yeah, should have known.
Yeah, this is Mordecai.
Mordecai,
Think he'd be in
yeah.
a normal 4-sided pyramid, like a pour? No.
Right.
I
more
could
sides
more.
equals more better.
The changeling has to seemingly negotiate with the Nightwalker who guards the entranceway. It does not seem as if he has complete and total control over him, but the Nightwalker still allows you to pass. And he leads you in. The corridors get pretty complex, and it takes a while, but he leads you down below the base level of the pyramid, probably at least 60 feet or so down several ramps and flights of stairs, until eventually you come to a massive, what looks to be silver door. There are intricate symbols on it, and depictions of what appear to be the life and times of Mordenkainen.
Just as I foreseen. Uh,
And the changeling, whose name, by the way, is Ronan Gall, says, "This is the entrance to the vault."
and who has been in?
No one save Mordenkainen. Not for as long as I can remember.
Good, as it should be.
Telepathically, Clave is gonna say to Aurelia, perhaps we should send him away.
It is probably it's probably good for you to go return to the surface and supervise the conflict to make sure that there are no other issues. We will study this door to make sure that the seal has not been broken.
Very well. And he turns and leaves.
Clave lets out a breath that he has been holding for a while. Aurelia, that was impressive.
Well, we're here now.
I apologize for my kind. I can't believe that all of them are religious fanatics. Well, maybe not all, but most.
You know, there's the saying, you can't save them all.
But you can
But
kill most of them.
it seems it's hard to save very many. If that is the path they have chosen.
No.
It's a mall.
With
Well.
online shopping, you're right. You can't really save them all.
Yeah.
How do you think all those people over 70 are going to get their steps in? This place
The problem is the elderly go to the mall to like walk around and experience the air conditioning, but they don't buy anything.
Yeah.
They're the old fours.
need to charge them.
An entry fee.
Yeah. This is probably trapped. I don't know how much longer we will have before others become suspicious of what is going on. I do not wish to get in the middle of this conflict.
No.
We should avoid it.
So, how do we begin to approach this door?
Can we
Can-
just walk
can
up?
I-
Just walk
Or
up
the
to
wizard.
it and inspect it first. Doors
So-
have historically given us lots of
Yeah,
challenges
man.
in the
Yeah,
past.
we don't realize this is actually the climax of the campaign. Is this
Yeah.
door right here?
So, like I
This
said,
is
the
the big
door,
boss.
the door is appears to be made of silver and has mostly what looks like depictions and tales of Mordenkainen written all around it. It is circular, like almost like a bank vault door, and about 10 feet across. There is a massive wheel on it on the right hand side of it, and a massive hinge. It appears to open outward.
You just need his hand. Oh, that's big. and thick. I don't know.
Investigating the door, does that reveal anything? Investigation or Arcana?
I'm gonna start chanting and casting detect magic ritually, but yeah.
So the symbols, some of the symbols look sort of magical. You're not sure that there's any magical power in them so much as they are part of the story of Mordenkainen, and they appear to be sort of accurately depicted. Detect magic
yeah,
reveals
right.
that the door doesn't seem to be magical.
Aurelia coughs up a hairball on that one. I'm going to check the hallway around near where the door is, just to see if there's anything out of place, a seam that doesn't need to be there, you know, in case there's some sort of trap that is triggered and it's basically in the hallway when we mess with the door.
Make me an investigation check.
What did you say about the detect magic again?
That the door doesn't detect as magical.
I suppose that can.
I mean, you don't find anything out of place.
Okay.
You know, would Mordenkainen be so confident of his control over the 100 that he wouldn't even bother to lock it?
He just might be. He was arrogant when he was meant
Arrogant, that's the word that I was looking for, not prideful.
He was arrogant back then. I'm sure it's only, it could have just grown.
He is also an old wizard. He is likely highly protective of his secrets, though it does not detect his magic. You should know as well as any that it is possible to disguise such things.
Yeah.
Mordenkainen was personal friends with Nistel.
Yeah,
So
who developed the magic aura?
All right, well, Clay will just try to open it.
Well,
So he'll just try and.
so yeah, there is.
I'm gonna cast Death Ward on Clave as he goes to move forward.
So there is the only feature on it that you could like use as a handle is this giant spoked wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume you're gonna spin the wheel,
Well, first
or
I'll
you're
just
just
kind of
yanking
pull
on
on it. I'll just pull on it, see.
Yeah, yanking on it doesn't do anything.
Okay. Um, so what the does the wheel look like the spokes point to specific events and are that there are symbols on like the actual wheel? Is that how it is?
There are no symbols on the wheel. The symbols are on the door. The spokes go out pretty much in regular cardinal directions. So it doesn't look like some of them are pointed away from the door itself. So it doesn't look like they're pointing to anything.
Okay. Then I'll turn the wheel and see what happens.
So you turn the wheel, nothing happens.
Okay. Do I hear anything or feel anything as I turn the wheel?
There is some sort of mechanical grinding of gears as the wheel turns. And eventually the wheel stops turning after about 3 full revolutions.
Okay. And that doesn't open the door?
The door doesn't open.
While he was turning it, was there any
You
change?
weren't pulling on it though. You know, you might yank on it again.
Yeah, so if I yank on it, does it move?
Make me a strength check
Oh boy.
or athletics.
I think they're the same. Yeah, they're the same. Holy shit!
The door opens. It seems as though it was unlocked. As the door begins to pull away from the wall, it is obviously thick and heavy. There is a circular inset in the wall itself that then essentially terminates in a series of stairs going down further. The stairs themselves, though, are fairly narrow, and the entranceway that goes down is narrows to about 8 to 10 feet.
Well, since Zarius cast Dead Ward on me, I'll go first.
Okay.
I will before I go though. I'll also ritually cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Then my detect magic is gonna fade
Why would yours fade?
because it
But,
only lasts
okay.
10 minutes. The whole 10 minutes you cast,
So
mine
okay,
will go
so
away.
so I'll go in first, but you just let me know if you see any magic auras.
Right.
So you do, now that the door is open, you are detecting magical auras from the other side. And T-Hole, Zarius, and Aurelia, you notice a decor that is very similar to Mordenkainen's minor manor, the one you were in. As the walls are made of the same sort of rosewood, the carpeting is very similar. And all of it seems to detect as magical. Every surface you could see, including the stairs, detects as magical.
Conjuration or
Uh, Conjuration and transmutation, depending on what you're looking at.
Oh, Peter, I don't know if you heard it, but the door was unlocked.
Okay.
through
So
sheer dumb luck.
you descend these stairs and is it shooting off the side? Here we go. So at the bottom of the stairs, there's a doorway in front of you and then a corridor that leads south.
All right. Well, I have Death Ward and Regeneration, so
And
I'll,
actually, with that, let's take a 5-minute break.
okay.
Sounds good. there's supposedly a very small chance that the aurora will be visible tonight up here. So I'm hoping that that is, if this game goes late enough, that I'll be able to see the aurora.
It
Is there
was-
like a time for best viewing of it?
It's been like roughly between 1 and 3 a.m. So, but
It's almost one.
yeah, the activity isn't doesn't seem very promising.
Is it a clear night up there at least?
It is, surprisingly.
was visible here a few weeks back, like here in like the St. Louis area, which is unheard of.
Right.
Yeah,
It was
it went
visible
all the
here
way down
too.
to Texas, I think.
Maybe slightly in Texas, yeah, maybe in the north part of it. But that being said, I live too close to the fucking city, so I didn't see shit.
See, I mean, I'm right next to downtown. We could still see it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I couldn't see shit.
Right. I mean, St. Louis is a much bigger town than Knoxville.
I suppose so. I'm gonna be in a Rubik's Cube competition on August 10th.
That's cool. I didn't. Where is that competition being held?
Springfield, Illinois. It's not too far from me. Roughly hour
What?
and a half if I drive slow.
Like, how big is a competition like that?
It depends. So they have different kinds. There's competitions all over the place. There's really big ones that can have like 200 people participating in it. This one is a smaller one, and about 75 people are participating. But it's like an all-day thing.
Is it like the NCAA doing brackets where you compete against people? Like how is
No,
that structured?
so the way they do it is in the first round. And there's like they do it by rounds for each of the different puzzles. They're doing most of the major puzzles, but not like the big cubes. Basically, nothing bigger than the 3x3. Except for it's called the Mega Minx. It's like a dodecahedron essentially puzzle. That's the biggest thing that they're doing. Um,
But it's ultimately down to like who does
solve
finishes whatever
times.
the
So
arrangement
like
fast.
the first round, you don't make it to the second round unless you're like in the top 75% or something. I think they said, or I think that's what the website said. So I don't know how good some of the other people are. I know some of the people. You could see like the registered people, and like one of the people I follow on YouTube, and he's definitely gonna win. I know I'm not going to, but it'll be like a experience sort of thing. Like, and plus I'll officially have some form of record on the website essentially.
Right. No, it's cool. I mean,
But
you said it was gonna be like an all day thing, and in my mind, I
Yeah.
just imagine everybody picks up the cube, who solves it fast. Okay, you're the winner. Let's go home.
No.
But I
It's like
guess
a
they're,
it's
they
like
could
an
just
average of 5 essentially on the first 2 rounds. So you do 5 solves, and your best solve and your worst solve get dropped, and you do the average of the remaining 3. And so that's how you make it through the first 2 rounds, and then so for the final, it's like whoever has the best average of 3 solves. Which I'm not going to get there. maybe if there's enough beginners, I can make it into the second round. and that's for the 3x3 cube. There's 3 rounds, but everything else there's only 2 rounds. So
Yeah, I
So I-
just I never thought about how you would like set up a tournament for Rubik's Cube. But that makes sense. My mind, if you're not just going to basically just have people in a line, for some reason I'm picturing all of them in a line, pick up the Rubik's Cube and try to solve it. Then like the other thing my mind goes to is like, let's administer electric shocks while you're trying to solve it. Just like the little distractions. Next up is the underwater Rubik's Cube solving challenge.
It's right after underwater basket weaving.
Right. The tank won't open unless you solve it, so good luck.
Oh, it is boiling hot.
Yeah. We'll slowly increase the temperature of the water to see if the stupid people can sense it.
Yeah. It takes 15 minutes for water to boil. This is a big ass tank though, because it's got people, so it's gonna take longer. So if you die in there, it's your own fault for joining this competition.
When did you say it was again?
August 10th, literally the day before my birthday.
That's cool too.
Yeah, no, it's a Saturday too. So little day. I'll have to wake up early, unfortunately, but such is the way of things.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't know if that's a day before or a day after our game or not. So we'll see. Because if it is, I may have to skip that week just so that I can sleep.
Right.
I'm not a
can't
morning
be-
person.
Right. And what if like, there's like the strain of all the mouse clicking damages the fingers. Can't have that.
You can.
Gotta be I mean, I imagine it's better to be well rested for this if nothing else. So you're in the hallway. There's a door and then there's a corridor to the south, and you can see that to the south it branches east and west.
Alright,
And Clave is in the lead technically.
yeah. Well, I'll continue forward, see what I see.
So at one end of the hallway, it just sort of terminates, and there's a table. At the other end, you're not sure. It looks like there may be a door leading north again at the end of the hallway.
Do I see anything on the table?
No.
Um. Okay. There's nothing under the table?
Not that you can see. There is a tablecloth over the table, but otherwise you can still see the floor under the table and there's nothing there.
Okay. I'm gonna continue this way then.
D-hole's gonna be just kind of keeping his head on a swivel, like scanning the walls, the floors, checking for traps, checking for entry hidden entrances or depressions, things that seem unusual.
Trigger plates.
Yeah.
I'm going to avoid anything that looks like a mirror.
Is this like a little bridge here?
It is a little bridge, and you see there, all you can see beneath it is pitch blackness. It's not particularly difficult to get across, though. It's still basically like 4 feet wide.
What are
Okay.
these stairs?
No, there is a definite gap. They're probably supposed to be stairs. I don't know what the original map designer intended. But there is another little triangular platform on the other side. So you have to do a little bit of a hop, but again, it's not especially a difficult one. It's a couple of feet. Now, will
Okay.
the little triangular portion support your weight?
Well, I didn't
Wow.
plan on jumping on that part. I was going to try and jump past that.
Well, Clave jumped over and it seemed to support his weight, so it's fine.
Okay.
I weigh way more than Clay does.
And there is a door leading north at the end of this hallway.
Alright. Does the door look particularly strange or is it
Uh,
clear?
it appears to be made of some sort of hardwood. It is a fairly dark, almost black hardwood, but otherwise it appears to be a normal door.
Alright, well, if it's got a clear way of opening it, then I will attempt to open it.
It's locked.
Okay. Um. Well,
Can I try to? I don't know, pick at it with a knife?
Are you proficient with thieves' tools and you don't have thieves' tools?
No.
I mean, you're free to pick at it with a knife.
Or like, how thick does this door look?
So the door opens into the room. It's sort of difficult to say. It appears to be, from what you can see of it, a pretty sturdy and heavy door.
Okay.
And the
I
design
mean,
again appears to be similar to what you saw in Mordenkainen's Manor. And those doors, and it detects as magical. So the doors in Mordenkainen's Manor were protected against damage. So, and they were pretty heavy and thick doors. Like they muffled almost all the sound that came through them.
I will take a shot. I mean, you know, why not? I'll cast knock on the door.
And you hear the door unlock.
And then I will walk through.
So the door opens up. At least it's open on my screen. It's not on my little guest screen. I don't know why. Maybe let's see. Let me
I
just
see
see
that it's
something.
open.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, for some reason my guest screen is only tracking what Aurelia sees and no one else.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Is it because
So
Aurelia's the only one without natural dark vision? Maybe.
she has dark vision now because of a magic item. But you see, it opens up to a room where there is a rickety bridge that extends in multiple directions. All conspicuously rickety, though. Like you would not expect to see something like this in Mordenkainen's Manor. Beneath the bridge, there is just pitch blackness. It appears as though it just plummets endlessly as far as you can tell, because you could see the walls going down until the light eventually dies.
All right.
And
Here's
the
what
walls go down at least as far as T-Hole's dark vision, which is 120 feet.
I'm gonna create a a large boulder right here. Well, not a large boulder, but like,
He'll step back.
two
Well,
like a
there is a
feet.
ledge before you get in onto the rickety bridge. So
Yeah.
he is, I assume, on the ledge.
Yeah.
So I'm put like a small boulder, like about what would be about the weight of a person, and as a silent image, and then I'm gonna make it real.
Okay.
See if it falls through.
Yeah, that part of the bridge smashes through, and you hear the boulder clicks off of the walls and then vanishes.
So now there's
And
like a
you,
big hole in the bridge.
right, so now how big was the boulder?
Probably like foot, foot and a half in diameter.
So yeah, so basically the first 5 feet of the rickety bridge has fallen away.
I'm
And
just gonna.
you never hear the boulder hit the bottom.
Me and Kepri are gonna begin transforming into mist. So that we can just fly through this room, not putting any pressure upon these.
Capri
Obviously.
doesn't need to transform into mist to fly across the
Oh,
room.
that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, Kepri doesn't need to, but it's still safer. It's still
Why
safer.
don't we, before we do that, because we don't know what's on the other side, we might need hands or, some corporeal body to manipulate something over there.
Hey, Kepri, be a pal. Fly around this room for us, huh?
So flying around the room, she reports back that it's just almost increasingly rickety bridge on the way over to the other side. And then on the other side, there is another door.
Yeah, I'll communicate that
How far is the door?
all the way
Uh,
across.
so I mean, the room is about 50 feet across and it's on the opposite side and square. So 50 times square root of 2.
Does it look like, can you tell if there's like a ledge on this side?
There
Similar,
is a little ledge on that side. It's about 4 feet of ledge. So 2 of you could stand on that ledge comfortably.
All right.
Teal will speak up, I I feel like I could cross this reasonably well. Given that I've given up my worldly needs for food and water.
What does
And
that have to do with falling?
it means I'm lighter than I used to be. My robes don't show it, but I've also been feeling increasingly agile of late.
Plus, if he falls, he won't need food or water. He could fall forever.
Yeah. Not forever till he dies of old age.
Right.
I took
Yeah.
that feat for the level up. The mobile feat.
Okay.
Which means I
So,
should be able to get across in a single movement
so
easily.
are you running across the rickety bridge?
Yeah, like I think a teal is like kind of like light stepping across, trying to get across before the bridge.
I mean, technically, you could
That's,
walk on water.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say, technically you can walk along the walls, right?
Can you walk along the walls? Because you can walk up walls, but can you walk sideways on walls?
Prince of Persia.
Uh, I,
Yeah.
I have always assumed that power allows you to also go laterally along walls, not merely up and down.
Okay.
If you can run up the motherfucker, you might as well just be able to also run sideways.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
that's-
like spider climb, as long as you just don't stop.
Yeah.
Right.
Going.
So with that, he could do like a double, like he could move and do a dash and be able to like run along the wall here, turn the corner and make it.
Right. I mean, and as long as it's at least the way I play it, it's not like at the end of your turn you stop and then you fall. It's at the end, the turns are just sort of a convenience mechanic. So in reality, if you keep moving from one turn to the next, you're still moving.
Yeah.
So I would say it wouldn't even matter if you could make it there in one move action or, one turn even, as long as you're specifying that you're not stopping really at any point.
Okay. So then rather than the rickety bridge, I'll let somebody else step on that, I guess. If they want. But yeah, Teal could try to make it to the other side just by running along the wall.
That's fine.
So
Let me just,
you do that.
I just realized I can black out the portion of the rickety bridge that just got knocked over by the boulder. So yeah, you make it up to the door. The door, you see that there is like what looks to be like a woodworked scroll, like an imitation of a scroll made out of wood, above the door. And you can read that the word above the door, it says penitent. You're not sure what that means, but the door otherwise looks normal.
I'll try to open it.
It's locked. And as you try the door, you see the center of the door begins to bulge out a little bit and a face forms. And the face says, "What do you want?"
I wanted to see what was on the other side of the door. Who are you?
I'm the door.
Kepler reports back to me mentally. The door is talking.
Well, I'm T
I hope it's another mimic.
Well, I'm not opening T-hole. And by the way, as you say that, it may or may not occur to you that you don't hear the booming laughter from the heavens that normally accompanies you saying your name.
He just like looks around. Well, why what is penitent? What is penitent about the are you
Larry?
penitent?
I'm not particularly penitent. And you hear a click. And
Open
the
the
door
door.
starts to creak open. And the door's like, no, 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 no.
And he'll just like push it open. And
The door is now open.
it's like
And beyond it, you could see a room. It has 4 pillars in it. You also see the slumped over bodies of what look like they might once have been giants, but they all appeared to be dead.
I think you have to unlock the
I think for some reason I can't click on it. Oh, I know why. It's trying to draw a little black square. There we go. There's also a sort of like a raised central portion of this room with some sort of octagonal device on it.
does that uh does this thing look like it's alive?
As you enter the room, stepping onto the ledge, all of the bodies in the room begin to move.
I step off the ledge back onto
They continue to move as these zombified giants stand and turn towards you, a viciously evil looking blue flame in their eyes as they are all frost giants.
so T-Hole will turn. Good news. The door is open. Bad news.
Kepler's like, they know.
Wow.
I
Uh,
had Kepper just go with you. Let's watch.
So everybody roll initiative.
Well, this will be interesting. Amazing.
Did Aurelia roll? So Zarius, you get to go first. If there's anything you want to do.
I can't
You'd have
do
to make
anything.
you'd have to make a little jump to land on the rickety bridge. And you weigh probably more than that boulder, and that boulder took the rickety bridge out.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, there's no way. I can't do any like light as a feather, stiff as a board sort of business.
You can always try.
Nah, I don't think it's gonna work out. Let me just fucking see what I have. Transport, teleportation, movement. That's not my thing. Um, and it doesn't seem safe to start transforming into the cloud form right now. Yeah, no, I will just like it's like take a step back. I'm like, I have no way across, but there is hostilities over there, and I cannot get to them.
Clave.
Um. So, Capri communicated to us what's also in the room.
Yeah, I mean, she would have told me, and then I would have told you guys basically as it was happening.
T-hole, see if you can get the giants to follow you and get them to fall down the hole.
I would have kept her move.
Maybe they're real dumb.
they've got blue fire in their eyes. Hopefully they don't shoot blue fire as well.
They're likely to throw things.
What's
I'm
Cleve doing
gonna
here? Anything else?
I'm gonna Can I just hold my action to, so that I can change my initiative to be after the giants?
Sure. T-hole.
He steps forward a little bit. There's a whole lot of giants in there. Well, he's gonna summon his arms and his visage. And let's see. Hmm. he will run up and hit this guy. And will punch him with his arms.
First one misses, second one hits.
And he'll do his martial arts die. And he's gonna attempt a stunning strike.
Kepler
That,
communicates to me. He just ran in.
he makes it. And then he's gonna back away.
Okay.
And get back to the edge, and that would be his movement. And that's what he's gonna do.
Good thing for the mobile feet. So the two giants who still have line of sight to you, both of them reach back. There are also, you notice, conveniently piled boulders next to all of the giant bodies. They are going to pick up boulders and hurl them at you.
Like, do deflect missiles. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't negate that one, buddy.
So that is the second one. You know, you can deflect missiles. I don't think the first one hit you.
The first one did not.
Right. And the second one is
Jesus,
74 damage.
fuck.
Let's see. You can use your reaction to catch or deflect the missile. Its damage is reduced by 1d10 plus dex plus monk's level. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do that because
you get some of it, yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
you get-
reduce some of the damage.
Yeah, you can reduce up to half, maybe.
Good roll.
plus 5.
So 44 damage.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's better than a stick in
74.
the eye.
Yep.
Minus 44. Still hurts.
Yeah.
Then the other three. He gets close enough that this one is also going to pick up a boulder and throw it at you, but misses. This one has to double move to get right up to you. You are, because of his size, within striking distance as he is holding an axe.
How tall's his door?
The door is not super tall, so he will have to strike at disadvantage, striking through this doorway.
Could use the
And
cover-
you also
cover
now have,
mechanic.
right, you also now have cover, I was going to say, against anybody throwing rocks at you. But you can see there is another giant sort of waiting in the wings who has also moved up. So they're all essentially partially in a line in front of the door. And that's their turn. So Aurelia, I don't know if there's anything you want to do.
Well, Shirley T-Hole is swift and athletic enough that he can avoid this entire situation. I'm going to watch the hallway and make sure nobody else is coming to attack us from our flank.
There. I just changed Teal's settings so that we can see what he sees on the share screen. Zarius again.
You don't have the share screen up.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do. I still can't do anything.
Yeah.
You have a wand of fireballs.
uh,
That is a good point.
Maybe you can use your martial arts to get an extra shot off.
uh, yeah, I got nothing here, man. Yeah, no, I got nothing here.
Okay, Clave.
Hmm. Do we really want to walk over there? Clave is asking that of Aurelia and Zarius. Do we want to get over there?
We have no guarantee that the other door that we passed up leads anywhere.
It would be hilarious if the whole party was like, nah, let's just go back to the other door.
T-Hole, we're going back.
We'll see you over there, buddy.
They get in your own time.
Okay. Didn't really want to do this, but I will.
I mean, T-Hole's gonna be all right. He can get out. He can extricate himself.
I know, but we have to deal with the giants in order to get to the other door.
Right.
So I'm gonna cast Wall of Force to create a bridge.
Okay.
All right, you guys can walk over there now. Can't be, with being an illusionist, can I change it from a clear bridge to one that is like colorful, like rainbow color or something?
I would say if this were an illusion spell, yes, but it's not.
Okay. Um,
I mean, technically, you could. I guess this room is too big for you to use like your silent image.
well, if I did, that would ruin my concentration. The silent image requires concentration.
What are you concentrating on?
The
Wall
wall
of
of
force.
force that is creating a bridge.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
But-
you can't use the silent image to get us across, like to solidify it or whatever, right?
Well, no, if I cast silent image right now, it would end the wall of force.
Yeah.
I was forgetting that they're both concentration spells,
Yeah. It's
which I'm
something that
actually
has
glad
plagued
for.
me.
Right, which I'm actually glad for, because otherwise you could just create infinite silent images.
Well, I can, but you know, technically the silent image ends the minute I
Right.
cast another one, but the object stays put. But it interferes with those other concentration spells that I might want to call upon, such as Wall of Force.
Right.
So, what I can do is I can just hmm, let's see if I have any sand or rocks or something I can throw.
All that sand in the desert, nobody filled a bag.
I'm gonna throw dozens of coins. No, those are expensive coins. They were all platinum. I don't want to do
Just
that.
yell, Hee-ho, throw coins onto my invisible bridge.
Yeah. T-hole. Yeah. Throw coin, something, make it visible.
I might be able to do something.
Okay.
Yeah, Azarius has got coins.
No, I don't.
I mean, what do you put on the eyes of the dead people?
Why would I throw those? Those are useful. No, I got something else. It's not coins, but I could have Kefri do create water and just like spray the area. Like,
Yeah, it will work, I guess.
Does pose a question that I've never thought about. If you throw water onto a wall of force, does it get slippery? How slippery is a wall of force normally?
What
Is
is
this like
exactly the
is this like a
friction
right,
gradients?
yeah.
right? Is this like a slip and slide of force now?
Oh my god, that's so fun. Well, I can direct you along the line, and I can kind of tell you where it is, since I imagine even though I can't see it, I should know where it is.
Right. I mean, yeah,
And
there's sort of
well,
it would only either way, it would only take sort of 9 of these 10 by 10 walls of force to either hug one of the walls to the other side or follow the bridge to the other side, and you'd still have a 10 by 10 panel left.
okay, so then I'll just hug the wall if I can do that. So I'll
Yeah,
just let everybody know. Okay, the wall of there's a wall of force you can walk on. Just hug the wall and you'll be fine.
Which wall?
Um,
If I might suggest this one.
do I have to lay all of the panels out at once, or can I move along the panels? Because I'm realizing now that I technically can't see where I'd be putting the panels.
I mean, I assume you could move to the ledge and cast them all, but I do think you have to put them all down at the same time.
Okay. Well, okay, is this this hallway's 10 feet wide?
Roughly, a little bit less, like 9 or 8 feet.
All right, so then it would be, wait, let me make sure I get the
Well, I backed away from the door because I knew I wouldn't be able to do anything. So like
so
other people had room to do
1,
whatever.
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. So I can get, and then I'll just do 9, 10. So everything that I can see in this area is now floor. It's invisible floor, but it's floor. Because unfortunately I can't see the door where T-hole is.
What if you
So,
stepped on the
so here,
ledge?
right, so this is a ledge here. Up here.
Mhm.
Oh,
you
okay,
could-
so I can see that.
Right,
Okay, I thought that where I'm standing is the ledge. So then instead of that, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the path of the wall. And then that'll be my turn because well, actually, and then I will use my movement to actually back up because I'm pretty sure nobody wants to be standing on that while I lose concentration because I took damage because they throw a rock at me.
oh,
So
T-hole,
that'll
it's
be
your
my
turn again.
Yep, Teal's gonna use that wand of fireball. Fireball. And it's 20-foot radius, so he's gonna like center it here.
Right, so you can get them all.
Does it get the top one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he's gonna do that. DC 15.
So only one made it. This guy made it.
And it's 4d6.
8d6.
86.
8d6. I'm gonna add this as a formal thing, but it's 29 fire damage. And I'm gonna spend an action point to pull out my other wand, my wand of fear. 'Cause after I've struck them with fire, I want to strike them with fear. Say,
That didn't work. Sorry, it didn't take the hit points away. You're free to use your wand of fear if you like.
yeah, I'm gonna use the cone of fear. So it's a 60-foot cone, so that will catch everybody, and it's a DC 15 wisdom saving throw.
So the one right in front of you made it. Guy behind him who threw a rock at you did not. And the guy next to him failed. Guy who saved on his fireball, and then the farthest guy failed.
All right. And then with my bonus action, well, I guess would the force bridge have been called out? Like, would that have been loud enough that Teal could have heard that? Or
I would have communicated it telepathically, if anything.
okay. So he's gonna then use his bonus action to do flurry of blows.
I think you have to use the attack action.
Oh, but I guess wand of the fireball, the wand of fire, fireball doesn't account as an attack action.
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna use my spend a high point to use patient defense for the dodge action.
Okay.
And I'm gonna move away onto this force bridge.
Well, you trust Clave a lot. No, there's an invisible bridge, I swear.
Well, he would test it. He would test it, a step or two before fully committing.
By that time, it's too late.
So you backed away.
Yeah. And that'll be my turn.
The giant pokes his axe through the door, trying to like swipe at you, but seeing that you are too far away, he withdraws his axe and pushes the door closed with a finger. And the door says, "Whew, thank heavens."
How long does this wall last?
10 minutes. Pretty sure. Yeah, 10 minutes. Are we out of rounds now?
Yep, pretty much.
Delightful. Ease my way onto this invisible fucking well, I guess, is there any reason why we shouldn't go and examine the other door that we passed?
What other door?
There was a door at the bottom of the first hallway he came through.
Yeah, way over here.
Well, we only have 10 minutes for my wall of force. So,
It seems we should prepare ourselves for conflict.
I think there's
I
gonna be
used-
conflict everywhere in this place. Or at least this isn't the last of it.
Indeed.
Um,
But those ones did not ask questions.
T-Hole, how did the fireballs do?
They lit them up. I also managed to get off my trusty wand of trusty wand of fear, and I think it was fairly effective on most of them. So they should be in a state where there would be at least impaired.
Right. Although now that the door is closed and they can't see you, they're getting saving throws every round. And their wisdom save, while not great, is not that bad. So you can expect the fear to wear off pretty quickly.
Okay, I have an idea that could work, but we need that door open. T-Hole, how did you open it the first time?
he will communicate this telepathically. You must get the door to say penitent.
Okay. I will go here. Hello?
What do you want? Are you with T-Hole? I don't like T-Hole. He tricked me.
Uh, what's a T-hole?
You're all right. But what do you want?
To get through?
Oh, I don't open for anybody.
Why not?
I don't even know how to open.
You don't know how to open yourself?
No. I'm a door. Doors don't open themselves.
Do I see the word on the door?
Looking up, you see a woodwork scroll. And on the scroll, you see the word ebullient.
Uh, what is that? What is that on that scroll there?
What scroll?
The scroll right there.
Its eyes look up. I can't see any scroll.
Oh, okay. Uh, hmm. Ha, so
What is the word on there again?
are you a
Eb-
mimic? Ebullient? Or like how are you speaking if you're a door?
That's a good question.
The hell is Imbulian?
Is Zarius asking that question or Tony?
Yeah, no. Zarius would. I don't think Zarius would know what the hell this word is.
I don't know. What is it?
That's why I asked.
I mean,
This is
I have
not a
to
word
admit,
I'm aware of.
I'm very troubled by the fact that I could talk. And now I'm troubled by the fact that I can talk and there are words I don't understand. Am I super smart or am I stupid?
Hmm.
You are neither. You're ebullient.
What does that mean?
It means exactly what it sounds like.
That's not helping.
Do you know what your name is?
Oh my God, what if I have a name and I don't even know it?
Maybe your name is Imbuliant. Maybe that's why we don't know it.
Maybe.
What? You know what? This I forget my name sometimes. It's a thing that happens. You shouldn't worry about it. But sometimes if you
E-
just say it,
Hello.
it
Ebullient. No! And the door begins to creak open.
all right. Immediately Clay would say, everybody off the bridge.
We'll have to deal with these things in here.
Actually I probably would have mentioned that to everybody anyways. That
What,
everybody
what,
get off the bridge.
what is the
once
DC
door
on your
opens.
wand of fear?
15.
Look, what made it? What, a couple minutes?
Double made it. It's been a couple rounds since this started. One of them basically is still afraid.
Wait,
And
this
now
is
he
a
can.
ledge?
Uh,
Right here?
yes, this right here is a ledge.
Okay. So Clay would be standing on the ledge. And then, you know, every everybody run off of the bridge immediately.
Yeah, well, he'll run.
Kefri will fly in and up.
I mean, as you start all passing through, the door is just yelling, "No, no, I'm closed. Stay out. This is my one job."
Once everybody's off the bridge, uh, I would want to cast a spell, but I don't know if you want us to redo initiative or.
Yeah, we should redo initiative. Actually, we should probably pause it there for the week.
But I was
As
gonna do.
the Giants are ready to get back into it, although they do appear to still be partially burned and one punched several times.
But I was gonna do a thing, and it might have just shut down the whole
Okay,
thing.
well, I mean, if people are okay continuing on, I'm okay continuing on. But
I mean, maybe.
Dustin was talking about going to see the Northern Lights potentially.
I don't know if they're gonna. I'm checking. They don't really look like they don't really look like they're going on right now.
Okay.
Well, so here's the thing. The thing I'm about to do has the possibility of completely shutting everything down, or not.
If it shuts it down, great. If it doesn't, not
So
great.
everybody can roll initiative at least. I mean, I don't mind finishing this fight. I don't imagine it's going to take like super, super long, but I've been wrong about these things before.
I had a great initiative the last time.
Not this time.
No.
I rolled worse than you, but kept better on the initiative.
So either Aurelia or T-Hole is up and can go.
Teal will go. He's gonna do another wand of fireball. Cause that worked pretty well last time.
Okay, so where are you centering it?
It's a 20-foot. So
So
there.
the guy who is behind the pillar in this case will get 3/4 cover. So he has +5 to his deck save, just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
But their deck saves are pretty terrible. So the guy who gets +5 first, and then I'll work my way down. So he made it. He made it without even the +5. And then next guy next to him, failed. Failed. So what's the damage?
$28. And Teal's just gonna move to the side here and use his bonus action to spend a Kai point to take the dodge action. And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Now they get to go. This one, he is actually
Wait,
not.
did Aurelia go?
Yeah, you're right. Aurelia, you get to go first.
So there's 5 of them?
Yes.
Okay. So the one, let's see, Um. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the one just directly in front of me.
Okay,
28,
that's a hit.
24. One more. 14. That's probably a miss.
14 is a miss.
Okay. Uh, I'm gonna move back here.
Anything else you're doing?
That's it.
Okay, so this one frost giant. He is going to move up and attack T-Hole with an axe. No. You know what? He is going to gaze upon you, and the blue light flares in his eye, and I need you to make me a Constitution save. So you made it. So you feel just a wave of cold sweep over you, and it feels as if like your joints are tightening up, but you fight it off
Nice.
and take no damage. And that's his turn. This next guy is going to move. He's going to do the same thing. So he stares at you and the light flares in his eyes, and you need to make another con save.
Oh. I
Do
mean,
you want to use an action point knowing that this whole fight might be over as soon as Clave goes?
Well,
Also, towards the end of the night.
it is the end of the night, so I will use an action point.
So similarly, you are unaffected, although you feel a bit of a chill. The one that Aurelia just hit is going to do the same thing to Aurelia, so give me a con save.
Shit.
My
Do
action
you want to
point.
use an action point?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my action point. 15. Oh well.
Sticking with 15.
Yeah, that's all I can do. Yep.
So you take 27 cold damage and you're paralyzed.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then it will squeeze past this pillar. Uh, these two in the back are just going to hurl rocks at Sarius. Why not?
Don't hit your friends.
So you do have +5 to your AC because you're behind this other giant,
Yeah, then they're
and that's
definitely
their
not hit.
turn. I mean, they crit before.
Yeah, but I can stop that.
Clave, well, but they would still hit.
Well, I wish that giant would move, but I will. This is another giant.
Sorry, I was covered. What's another giant? Yes, there's one there.
Wall of fire.
No.
Hmm.
Hypnotic pattern.
So sorry, which ones are you hitting?
Uh, so let's see. Where I'm trying to make a 30-foot square. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. So I'm not gonna be able to include that guy.
So just the 4 lower ones then?
Yeah, if I can get these 4 in the box, if that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15. I don't think I can get this guy in the bottom right.
So your box is 35 feet wide and 30
Yes.
feet tall. So so you would just miss this guy if we back this up. So, but if we shift it
Oh,
5 feet that way,
would that affect all 4?
I'm trying to figure out if it would hit all 4. You know, let's see. Well, that's not good.
Oh, I forgot about that effect.
So it doesn't seem as though, I'm not sure I see a way to get all 4. You can get these 3 easy enough. I guess it's snapping to center. Let's try not snapping to center. So that would still miss this guy.
Okay, that's fine. And take at least 3 of them out of the picture.
Yep.
And that would also
First guy made it.
Holy shit.
Second guy failed. Third guy made it. So the guy who's right in front of Zarius failed.
Okay. So the guy right in front of Zarius failed, so then I'm gonna go dupe, dupe. That's my turn.
Just going to color him differently so I can see it more easily that he is incapacitated. The good news is he failed and he's like most of the cover. So Zarius, it's your turn. The zombie in front of you is just staring off into space.
Indeed. Does hitting him like break it or anything like that, or
Yes. If
Got
he
it.
takes any damage or if anybody attempts to shake him.
okay? Um, if he takes any damage or somebody tries to wake him, what about a turn undead effect?
He's incapacitated, so he can't move away the way Turn Undead would normally make him move. Can he be
Um,
frightened while he's in there? It's not really Turn Undead is its own thing. So,
Yeah.
you could probably put the fear on him, but he's not going to be able to move.
Yeah.
His speed
yeah.
is 0.
Um, Yeah. What about that? Let me. Does that work? 10-foot radius, yeah. I might just go ahead and call down a flame strike on these two. Those two there.
That's a deck save.
Yeah. DC 18.
Both fail.
I don't know if radiant or fire makes a difference.
It doesn't seem, they don't seem to be unusually susceptible to fire.
Okay.
But not, but what about radiant?
Or radiant.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, I guess they took 28 points of damage then.
Yep.
And then do I have Kepler do anything? No, I don't think so. I'll just have Kepri stay out of the conflict, fly over here. Staying up near the ceiling or whatever. And I'll just stick where I am here.
Okay. Aurelia. You are still paralyzed, but you can make another save. Oh, no. That's right. You're free to move now. It ended.
I thought it was the end of my turn.
It's the end of their turn. Unless I'm misremembering.
End of its next turn.
Yeah. And they went again.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. That's probably right. That was probably their turn when they paralyzed you. And I'm
Yeah, so
just
I can
counting it
go
again.
at the end of their next turn.
Right. So you're paralyzed.
Yep.
On the plus side, nobody tried to like throw you off the bridge of force.
Yeah.
Use their great axes like pool cues.
Yeah. They still have chance.
How injured is this one looking?
He's looking like bloodied. He's like down by about half.
Okay.
And it's your turn.
Yeah, Teal's gonna run up to him and
They're just eating spells.
hit him with his astral arms.
Also, I forgot to make that last frightened guy's save. So he's not frightened anymore.
Does he make a save while T-Hole's back in the room?
You're right. He doesn't know because it's the fear spell. It's a good point. So all of those attacks hit. And your martial arts die needs to be rolled.
Yep. Nice.
That's what I
So
like to see.
44 damage.
And that's gonna be his turn.
I like to think that T-Hole, just to show off, is just like standing there like, as his fucking arms are going blah 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 blah.
Just looking bored.
Yeah, just like standing there like in a meditative pose.
Oh, I really like that imagery.
So is that your whole turn?
Yeah, that's my whole turn. Action, bonus action.
So the frost giant in front of you is going to attack with his great axe this time. Twice.
The first one's a hit, the second one is a miss.
The one who is not hypnotized is going to try to stare down Zarius. So make me a con save. Do you want to re-roll that?
Yeah.
Do you want to re-roll that? Do you have
Yeah,
another action point?
I'll go ahead and just do it. Yeah. Fucking come on. There we go.
There you go. So you shake off the cold as its icy gaze lands upon you. And that's its turn. The frightened one. So T-Hole, you got +5 to your AC and he has disadvantage, but he's going to hurl a rock at T-Hole.
I have disadvantage or it has disadvantage.
It has disadvantage and you have
Yeah.
+5, so he
That's a
missed.
miss.
Then the one in the back will hurl a rock at, you're within, he is also going to icy stare Zarius. So make me another con save.
Nice.
Again, it doesn't work.
Exact same set of rules.
Clave,
Alright, I definitely don't want to disturb this guy who is frozen. So I'm thinking,
oh. And that guy, the frightened guy, yeah, he really can't move anywhere. Sorry, go ahead.
uh,
So those circular stone things are pillars, so they may block some of what you do or give one guy cover.
well, okay, so I'm not gonna be able to, maybe, can I get? No. So I'm gonna focus on getting those two guys into my synaptic static spell.
Okay. That would be a fail. That would also be a fail.
So now they have
Close though.
plus D6
Almost
to
made it.
their attack rolls and ability checks. And then I'm gonna go back here. That's my turn.
Let me do the damage. So Zarius, it's your turn.
How's T-Hole looking exactly?
T-hole is. He's like a little above half. He's down like 50 hit points. 60 hit points.
Fourth hitman. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean he's another couple big attacks, like another couple crits will do him in, but
Right.
he's
Well, I can stop one crit at least, as long as you're close enough to me.
yeah.
What's the range? What's the range on your thing?
I think it's like 30 feet. So I don't think you are. Confirm. Yeah, 30 feet. So you would want to get closer to me if you wanted me to be able to stop crits for you. Okay. Speaking of 30 feet, what are we looking at here? Yeah. This guy here, I think I'm just gonna hold the dead on him. I guess I don't know exactly how necrotic damage will work on these things, but Toll the Dead, I'm still gonna do it. It's a wisdom save. Or take as much damage as my fucking divine strike did or whatever.
It seems to be effective.
Flame strike. Cool. And then I'm actually going to step forward just in case he tries to provoke anything from me, like an attack of opportunity. But otherwise, I'm bonus actions. I'll do. Yeah, no, I'll wait. I'm not going to do anything with my bonus action. I'll say go.
Okay. Aurelia. Now you're not paralyzed.
Who are you, Vicious Monk?
The one in front of Zarius.
Green one?
No, the other one.
Oh, okay.
So this is vicious mockery.
Yeah.
Okay. Failed.
7 psychic.
Anything else you're doing?
Shit. No, that's it.
T-hole's gonna let out another barrage. At
Those,
the
those all hit.
all right. And then we got the martial arts die. And how's he looking?
He's looking pretty substantially damaged, but he's still relatively solid.
I'm gonna attempt a stunning strike.
So he's stunned.
Cool. And that'll be his turn.
It's their turn. So he is stunned. This guy here was hit with vicious mockery, but he will still try to who uses great axe on Zarius. First one is with disadvantage. I assume with 20 does not hit.
That is my AC.
So that does hit then.
Yeah. But thanks to my dragonbornness, I think I have resistance on that, unless it's magical.
It is not magical.
Sweet.
Sorry, guys. I thought I could shut this down early.
And then his second attack. Worse than his first one. 17.
That's miss.
Okay. Let's see. The frightened guy. Where is he? You're within range. He is going to use his icy glare on T-hole. So make me a con save. So you made it. You're fine. And then the last guy. He can see three of you. Well, no, he can't see Zarius, so it's only Aurelia and Clave. So. Aurelia. So he uses his icy stare on Aurelia. Make me a con save.
You could
Is
do
he
it.
like dropping prone and looking through their legs?
He's looking for gaps, I imagine is how they do it.
I don't think that's enough.
Nope.
So you take 36 cold damage and
Yep,
you're
yep,
frozen and paralyzed.
yep. Yeah, love this plan. This is really good idea.
And it's Clave's turn.
Um. hmm. I'm gonna use a bonus action to activate my flaming crown. And then I will wait, no, this. I will attack this guy with my firebolt.
Okay. That's a hit. Oops. Wrong tool.
And then go back here. That's my turn.
Zarius.
Um, So I'm pretty sure I can take a step back of this guy because of this guy's reach. And not provoke, right?
Right.
Just because I would like to. She's getting beat up a bit here for unnecessary, like unfortunate reasons. This is because of these icy stairs. So I will do a healing word. I'll bump it up. And Aurelia, you'll get 11 hit points back, at least a little bit there. And then I will toll the dead on this guy again. As I step back forward.
And as the bell rings out, his body collapses and begins to fall apart.
Perfect. Cool.
So Aurelia's turn, or T-Hole's, either one.
Aurelia's paralyzed, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's funny. Yeah.
T-Hole.
Yeah, T-Hole's going to try to finish the job. He has advantage.
Those are all hits.
And then Kepri, I'm gonna have Kepri fly.
And you managed to bring that one down.
Nice. And he's gonna stay in his spot right where he's at right now. Cause no, that's not what I wanted. I want a line. Yeah, because if anything, he's gonna move, a little bit behind this pillar. A little bit more so for cover. But that's it for him.
Oh, at the end of their turn, the giant's affected by my synaptic static and attempt a new save.
What was the save again?
18 intelligence.
Oh, they're not going to make that. So it is their turn. So this one, he is going to use his icy stare on Zarius since he can see Zarius.
That's why I stood there.
So I need a con save. He made it. This other guy is going to begin to move. Who can he see? Can't really see anybody. No, so he just moved into a bad position, which is not that surprising for them. So he's going to move again. And because of T-Hole, because of where you wound up, this guy who is frightened can't see you. So he gets another wisdom save against his fear
That's fair.
because you're behind that pillar to him. But he failed, so he's still frightened. That's their turn. Clave. And Aurelius is no longer paralyzed.
They get another save. Intelligence save. Does Clave have clear line of sight on this guy? Does he have any cover?
He has a little bit of cover relative to you, but you can see him.
Maybe instead of moving there, because that other guy's dead, and that one's one, two. From here, does he have cover?
No, he would not have cover from there.
All right, so I'm gonna use you know what, actually, help out T-hole a little bit. He is going to pull out the spear, point the spear at that thing, and use a charge to cast guiding bolt upon it.
That hits.
So now, T-hole, you'll have advantage on your next attack against that guy if you attack him,
Nice.
or whoever attacks him. And
How do you
then
feel?
Blade would move back. That's my turn.
Sarius.
Um, we'll do. I think confirm. Pretty sure it's 60 feet. Yeah. I'm gonna toll dead on this guy. I think.
Okay.
We are.
He failed.
Take that individual fireball damage. I love this spell. I love rolling d12s. They're the best. And then I will move around a tad, draw some of the ire away from these two over here. Bring Kepri through for potential future plans. And then, yeah, I don't want to use any other bonus. I don't have good bonus actions, so I'll. I guess I could keep moving. What's my? Let me confirm my movement here. 5, 15, 20, 30. Yeah, I'll just move. I'll start moving towards this guy.
Okay.
But then I'm done.
Aurelia.
So the guy in front of me is charmed, or
He is staring off into space, doing nothing.
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on the guy in the corner. Top corner.
You mean this guy?
Yep.
Okay.
They're 5-foot squares, right? Or
Yeah.
okay.
So he fails. So he takes 18 and then has to move. So he runs. That's pretty much as far as he can retreat. I guess he can run away from you further by going this way. That makes it to there. On the plus side, he can now see T-hole again, so he can't make his save versus fear. Anything else you're doing?
No, that's it.
So you get scared away from right into the arms of the scarier thing.
T-hole.
He's going to step over this rubble pile and attack this guy.
Hey, you have advantage.
Yeah,
That's a crit.
nice.
That was a well-placed guiding bolt.
Those all hit.
Nah. Just he's just standing there kind of meditating, and then his arms are doing all the heavy lifting, pun intended.
Are you gonna apply your martial arts die to that first hit?
He can. It'll make a small amount of difference.
I mean, 8.
Oh, 8, yeah.
So he didn't get beat up as the first 3 in the front line. He was closer to the back line. So he is still relatively robust. He's way below half, but like he could survive that assault again one more time.
Okay. That is it for T-hole.
Let me take his thing off. He's not so bright. He is going to attempt to. Where's the character sheet? I lost it. He's going to attempt to hit you with his axe. Although that's not the smartest thing for him to do. Because he has minus 1d6 on these strikes.
Yep.
So with the minus 1d6,
That one. Yeah, that'll hit regardless. The first one.
22. So 35 slashing damage. And the frightened one is adjacent to a rock pile. Still probably. He is going to try to icy stare the source of his fear. So I need Keel to make me a God save.
Oof. You're gonna have to roll with that amount of action points. Actually, hold on. Wait, let's see. Let me.
Do you have the ability to use a Kai point to reroll?
You know what? I do. That's part of Diamond Soul. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. I will spend a Kai point to reroll that. And I just have to take that second result.
So you make it. You take no damage and are not paralyzed. This was going to be a
I'm
very
little
good round.
disappointed.
Very good round for this guy. That had worked next round, assuming he doesn't drop. So that's their turn. It's Clave's turn.
Um, this is getting too much to deal with. So Clave is going to move here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he is. Oh, you can only see one of the giants. Anyways, he's going to use an upcast disintegrate on this guy.
Sorry, on which one?
This one.
Okay. Is that a deck save?
We will find out in a moment. Yes.
He evaporates into a pile of dust.
All right. That's my turn.
Zarius.
Sorry. How easy is it to move over this?
It's not difficult terrain. You can move
Okay.
normally. I mean, if you had a limp, then that might be a problem, but
Right.
they're little stairs.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I have 35 feet, so I can make it to him. Not that I
Whoa,
don't necessarily need
what?
to make it to him. What's that? Yeah.
Zarius, how are you moving so fast?
You see,
You have not
Prize
revealed this
Zarius.
before.
I have revealed it. Yeah.
Prize Arius bounds up these little stairs, and then down the other side.
As the dolorous bells ring out towards this guy, I just want to be able to like be close to him. Yeah. Here, told the dead. Oh, it's been beautiful.
So he's still up. He has a couple of dozen hit points in him still.
Yeah. We are. That's it. Our T-hole, how are you looking?
T-hole is pretty hurt. He's got 36 health left.
Got it. So whenever you go down, it'll be real easy. Got it.
How you looking? Barely alive. Perfect. That's
Amazing. That's what I like to see.
Little disappointed you're above zero.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
still
Yeah, yeah.
standing.
How are you so close yet so far away? I'm done.
We never had like that perfect opportunity for Zarius to come up and just like punch somebody to take away that last hit point so that he could cast a curing spell on him.
I believe we have had that opportunity. I just didn't do it.
Aurelia's turn.
I'm assuming that guy down there is still charmed or whatever.
Yeah.
Incapacitated, yeah.
Incapacitated. Okay. I'm gonna hit the guy that's the only other guy that's alive with the Eldritch Blast. 17,
That hits.
31,
That's a crit.
21.
This is all hit. So it's 18 for the crit. So 27 total. So he's still up. Anything else you're doing?
No.
T-hole.
T-hole is going to continue his barrage.
So 3 of those are hits.
And I'm going to attempt a stunning strike.
You didn't do your martial arts die.
Ah, thank you. Ah, nice. That I think that just makes it. Yep, that just makes it.
So I didn't technically make his intelligence save last time, but he fails. So he is going to attempt to hit T-hole with his great axe.
Well, there you go, Zarius. That second one. That second one does him in.
Well, wait,
Got
the
it.
second one might not hit.
That's true. I've got the minus 1d6.
Yeah, that would miss.
Darius, punch him.
So
Yeah.
T-hole is like kind of tottering back and forth with a whopping 4 HP. So he's like just up, like Rocky towards the end of Rocky.
Yeah.
And it's Clave's turn. I mean, nothing prevents Zarius from like beating you with his staff after the fight's over.
No, that's just to be expected.
This requires some light surgery. I'm gonna have to put you out first.
Um, I'm gonna use a firebolt on the giant that's awake.
It dies. Its body catches on fire as it falls to the ground.
Um, so for the one that is incapacitated, I would recommend that T-hole goes over to hit it because it will be a crit. And I think that Zarius, you should make him vulnerable to that crit.
Indeed. That would be a solid plan. We still have a couple of rounds, right?
Yeah. Well, the minute that you hit it, it's gonna no
Yeah,
longer be
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Look, we could take a moment first. And then I can just looked at T-hole like I didn't hear no bell yet. Right?
What bell?
And then I'll give you 70 hit points. There you go.
Right. So incapacitated doesn't make you vulnerable to crits. It doesn't make you a things on automatic crit. Just to be clear.
Oh,
Just means he
I
can't take
was-
actions or reactions. If he had a bonus action, in theory, you could still take it.
which one is it that you take? Is it just
Paralyzed.
unconscious?
Or stunned. Or unconscious.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's unconscious, it'll take. So I was confusing unconscious with incapacitated.
But you can still make it vulnerable.
Right.
Then it's just a question of which person should go over and whack at him with what.
Yeah. Who's got the strongest attack?
I mean, with my firebolt, I do 3d10 plus 2d6 fire damage.
It'd be some shit if you missed.
Have people seen the fire crown manifest before?
I don't know.
Yes.
I think so.
No.
So what you notice is that Clave is in his natural form, and there is above his head, um, I, I imagine it floating above his head is a crown of fire.
So I
Um,
imagine there are wisps of flame that come out of your head and form this crown.
Okay. Yeah, I like that better. And then there's also some like streaks of fire coming from Clave's eyes and his fingers, maybe like arcing along his body at times, seeming like he's like licked in flame, but the flames don't seem to hurt him. I think after taking the elixir also, for anybody that saw him manifest the crown prior to that, flames, I imagine, are stronger.
All right. Well, are you doing your firebolt then?
Um, yeah, unless anybody's got something more
Powerful.
intense as a
Powerful
single
attack
attack.
roll. Yeah.
Not particularly.
You did with the staff of striking. That's what I tried to save it for. Was whenever you were going to hit with that.
So he's
Yeah.
vulnerable to fire damage then.
He's vulnerable to the next attack roll that hits him. To everything that he gets hit with. The whole attack he's vulnerable to.
The whole attack, so then maybe it should be T-hole then.
Yeah, is it one attack roll or is it the entire attack action?
The next time you or an ally of yours hits the cursed creature with an attack, the creature is vulnerable to all that attack's damage.
Right. So
Okay,
that's
so
one.
it's just
That's
the
one
one.
attack.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna fire at it.
Yeah, I meant that as like if you do multiple forms of damage, it's vulnerable to all of it.
If it misses,
I do like to imagine the T-hole, the Clave is like, watch this, and then shoots
Like,
the wall
fucking
next to it.
God.
all right, let me try it again for real this time. That was just a practice shot. I just wanted to show you guys what I could do.
You better action point that shit. That only lasts a round.
Oh,
Yeah, no, you gotta hit that fucker now.
shit.
That's why I have to time it so fucking precisely. Holding actions and shit to do it before somebody rolls their hit.
All right. I'll use my action point. I really don't want to, but I will.
Because if nobody hits it, I'm just gonna fucking whack it with my staff.
So 29 times 2. So 48
58.
or 58.
58. That is enough to kill it. Well, actually, I'm sorry. That should be enough to kill it, and then yeah, that's enough to kill it.
How does Clave kill 3 and 5 of these guys? I guess
I mean,
I'm
you're a
just
wizard.
Kill stealing.
So there is now you see two doors out of this room, one on the east wall, one on the north wall. There's that mechanical device in the center. It's not clear. I mean, you haven't looked at it closely, so it's not clear what it does.
Maybe before we proceed, we should take a short rest.
Absolutely, we should.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna use my arcane recovery then.
I mean, let's assume we don't get disturbed during this short rest.
I have, I can heal for free mostly. Who needs a free heal?
I'm short resting anyways, so
I mean,
c-
I know Aurelia and T-Hole both got hit.
I could use more healing. On top of what I got.
Alright, so you heal 12. Let's see if I keep it. I do not. Once again, one and done. So that's all I can heal.
Take the staff to see what's wrong with this thing.
I think it's defective.
So we could-
I'm gonna do Song of Rest, so
Okay.
I'll add, so I'll roll a D10. Come on, dice, where'd you go? So 7 extra hit points.
Nice.
do we all get the 7 or we all make our own roll?
I don't know, I thought I just rolled it and that was it, but
Yeah, maybe.
it
I don't know.
could be different.
I think we've just been playing it, that Aurelia just rolls it.
Sure.
Everybody
I was
takes the
only-
one.
I was only down 3 more after my hit dice, so
So you get your short rest. That's where we can wrap it up for this week since it's 3 or close to 3. My time.
Sounds good. Thanks for running.
Yeah,
No
thanks,
problem.
Kurt. This is a fun game. I love how the door was just unlocked.
I was waiting. You had guessed it in advance, and I was surprised you had guessed it. That the big ominous vault door would be unlocked. But then the
Yeah.
stupid door at the end of the rickety bridge tried to be difficult. But P-hole, Dustin, you just asked a question where naturally it was going to respond and use the name, use the word above it, and that's the trick to unlocking the door.
Yeah.
Well,
That was totally an accident. I was like, oh, that works out.
right. It's like, oh well, puzzle solved, I guess.
It's probably one of the first sessions I can remember where Doris didn't give us that much of a problem.
yeah.
Even when they wanted to.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm
Alright.
gonna go to bed. Have a good night.
Night, everyone.
No.
All right, take care.